Countrymen and women, today marks a dark day in Zambia's young democracy. What has transpired today raises serious concerns about constitutionalism, public trust, and the integrity of our democratic processes. Our position has always been clear and consistent. The Constitution must never be amended without broad consensus, public participation, and strict adherence to constitutional procedures. Any deviation from this standard weakens the very foundation of our democracy. Countrymen and women, you will recall that a few weeks back, we entered into a social contract with the Oasis Forum. Parliamentarians and Oasis Forum agreed to work together to stop Constitutional Amendment Bill number 7. We further agreed that during parliamentary debates and committee sittings at Parliament, stakeholders would not make submissions to the committee or indeed participate in the debates on the floor of the House, as doing so would legitimize an illegal process. In keeping with the agreement that was made between members of Parliament and the Oasis Forum, some MPs and I stayed away from National Assembly and instead decided to go to the Constitutional Court, where the court was hearing a matter on Constitutional Amendment Bill number 7. However, a number of MPs from both sides of the House went to the chamber and voted for the Constitutional Amendment Bill number 7. So the 135 members of Parliament who voted for Bill 7 have indeed failed the Zambian people. They have failed the people that voted for them, the people that sent them to the House to represent them. It is an unfortunate and constitutional amendment. What we're witnessing is the unfortunate reality of a non-constitutional amendment and a contradiction in terms, yet an accurate description of a process that fails both the spirit and the letter of constitution governance. The way forward is clear. Zambians must decide. In August, the power does not lie in Parliament alone. It lies with the people of Zambia. This is the moment for citizens to make their choices heard and assert their sovereignty and to shape the future of their nation through.
Fellow citizens, I have this afternoon, the 17th of December 2025, delivered an open letter to Her Honor Mrs. Nelly Vutet Kashumba Muti, Speaker of the National Assembly, requesting her to do the right thing by resigning from her office as Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Zambia. My grounds for this, which I have explained in the letter to her, is that she has committed very serious offenses against the House, against the Constitution of the Republic of Zambia. Firstly, by readmitting onto the order paper a bill that had been clearly declared unconstitutional, having breached constitutional processes, the position taken by the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Zambia, that act alone was a clear demonstration of failure to respect the authority, the supreme authority of the Constitutional Court on the interpretation of our Republican Constitution. Secondly, following the passing of this bill, which was clearly illegal, The Speaker of the National Assembly was seen publicly dancing around the floor of the House, the People's House, the House of Honor. That act, in as far as I was concerned, was a desecration of the People's House of Honor and totally unbefitting of the most senior presiding officer of our National Assembly. So on the grounds of these two, disregard of the Constitution by ignoring Constitutional Court rulings and desecrating the People's House of Honor by dancing around the floor of the House, following the passing of an illegal bill, as far as I'm concerned, presents sufficient case for her to leave her office so as to respect the Constitution and to respect the dignity of the National Assembly. The letter has been received and stamped, and we are now waiting for Mrs. Muti to do the right thing, because we cannot go on with such impunity. Today it may be Bill 7. Next, we don't know what he will do. If we are
in most of our countrymen and women, and it is incumbent upon us to respond to those issues that are niggling, as well as trudge the way forward in giving hope to our people. My fellow citizens, in this solemn moment of our nation's journey, I speak to you with a heart that carries both sorrow and resolve. Sorrow because the events surrounding the passage of Bill 7 have wounded the trust of a people who believe their representatives would stand as guardians and guarantors of the Republic. Resolve because even in this betrayal, the Zambian spirit has not been crushed. It burns stronger, demanding integrity, accountability, and justice. Let me be clear, what unfolded in Parliament does not represent the collective conscience of our party and the people of Zambia generally. It is instead the result of individual moral failure, a moment where personal ambition triumphed over national duty. Our party was founded on principles of justice, unity, and service to the people, principles that remain unshaken and unbreakable. The betrayal of trust you witnessed has not defined us. Rather, it has refined our purpose. It has reignited the righteousness of our calling to build a new Zambia that listens, respects, and serves its citizens, not one that silences or betrays them. I offer myself to be among the people that will reclaim our country. As an aspiring presidential candidate, I reaffirm before you and the Almighty God our commitment to embark on a truly inclusive, transparent, and people-driven constitution-making process. This process will not be imposed from the corridors of power, but will rise from every town, village, and community. Our constitution shall once again be the voice of our aspirations and the vessel of our collective sovereignty and an embodiment of our national values and principles, among which are constitutional democracy, patriotism, and national unity. We shall defend and strengthen the independence of institutions of governance, the judiciary, the legislature, the Electoral Commission of Zambia, and the civil service. Never again shall public servants be reduced to tools of political manipulation. There will be professionals serving with integrity for the good of all Zambians. We shall repeal repressive and oppressive legislations, including the Cybersecurity and Cybercrimes Act, which has been shamefully weaponized against the people it was meant to protect. Freedom of expression and assembly are not privileges to be guaranteed by a government. They are God-given rights which no law should ever suppress. Our government, your government, will restore respect for the church, civil society, family values, and the media, acknowledging them not as adversaries, but as partners in truth and nation building. The politics of vengeance and retribution will have no place in the Zambia we are building together. We envision a Zambia where the energies of our youth are unleashed through opportunity, innovation, and enterprise. We shall create a climate where businesses can flourish freely, where entrepreneurship is celebrated rather than stifled, and where the pursuit of prosperity is not hindered by corruption or favoritism. In this land of work and joy, we shall create jobs for our youth through industrialization. We shall also ensure that Zambia's natural resources and energy serve our people first. No longer shall our industries be starved while others thrive at our expense. Our energy, our minerals, and our agriculture will fuel Zambian progress and dignity. Our administration will restore international respect for our beloved country. We will rebuild relations torn by arrogance and neglect, anchoring our diplomacy in mutual respect and beneficial cooperation. Every partnership we forge globally shall aim at uplifting the lives of Zambians, not enriching a privileged few. We will work tirelessly to achieve national food.
Chair, clause 3, and I hope you have a copy of bill number 7. If you go to clause 3 of the bill, clause 3 is proposing that members of a political party, chair that wish to contest as independent parliamentary candidates in the month of August should have resigned 2 months before nomination day. That is what clause 3 is proposing. Chair, my proposal is that Article 51, which is the current provision in the current constitution, Chair, that article is enough, and I think it should not be amended, and it should be maintained because it allows members of a political party to be given the option of resigning from their party if not adopted to later contest as independent candidates. Chair, I think that this is a submission that I start with today because it affects the rights of a citizen to be able to contest in an election. I hope that submission is very clear.
Fellow citizens, I have this afternoon, the 17th of December 2025, delivered an open letter to Her Honor Mrs. Nelly Butet Kashumba Muti, Speaker of the National Assembly, requesting her to do the right thing by resigning from her office as Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Zambia. My grounds for this, which I have explained in the letter to her, is that she has committed very serious offenses against the House, against the Constitution of the Republic of Zambia. Firstly, by readmitting onto the order paper a bill that had been clearly declared unconstitutional, having breached constitutional processes, the position taken by the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Zambia, that act alone was a clear demonstration of failure to respect the authority, the supreme authority of the Constitutional Court on the interpretation of our Republican Constitution. Secondly, following the passing of this bill, which was clearly illegal, the Speaker of the National Assembly was seen publicly dancing around the floor of the House the People's House the House of Honor. That act, in as far as I was concerned, was a desecration of the People's House of Honor and totally unbefitting of the most senior presiding officer of our National Assembly. So on the grounds of these two, disregard of the Constitution by ignoring Constitutional Court rulings and desecrating the People's House of Honor by dancing around the floor of the House, following the passing of an illegal bill, as far as I'm concerned, presents sufficient case for her to leave her office so as to respect the Constitution and to respect the dignity of the National Assembly. The letter has been received and stamped, and we are now waiting for Mrs. Muti to do the right thing, because we cannot go on with such impunity. Today it may be Bill 7. Next, we don't know what he will do. If we allow a situation where public officers can disregard the Constitution, then our democracy is under serious threat.
Thank you very much. I'm very careful nowadays. I have to watch number one item, volume. So when I came on, I realized I didn't have volume. I had to go back to my agent settings and connect myself to you. Welcome to today's broadcast. Today, the 17th of December 2025, 2 days after Bill 7, the infamous Bill 7 was passed. We are here to do a follow-up to that discussion. Tomorrow, President Hakainde Hichilema is signing into law, is assenting to the bill, and it should become law. Bill 7 should become law. We are discussing the entire dynamics of what happened. For example, who voted? There's been a lot of lies, a lot of denials of who voted, and people are speculating of who voted. Today, we give you the official list from the National Assembly. Honorable Nelly Muti, the Speaker of the National Assembly, has given strict and direct instructions that that list should not be published, should not be released. And you are aware that Honorable Malsamp and others have tried very hard the last 2 days to get their hands on that list, but they just couldn't. They were even contemplating a legal process, and they should proceed to do that. But I can tell you that on this forum, the names will be announcing official names of the people that voted, and what that Bosch machine recorded. That's what we are giving you. It's not speculation. It's from Parliament and from Parliament's own record. Officially, Honorable Speaker Nelly Muti has refused to give that list. She has a duty. We run a transparent process. The British, the Scandinavians, and the US have invested a lot in trying to make that house public, transparent. They're the ones that have invested in the TV station. They're the ones that have invested in the record keeping, the Hansard process. They're the ones that have invested in that Bosch voting system. So it should not be up to Nelly Muti to withhold public information. It's not her duty. She shouldn't protect anyone. But we understand the MPs that were taken to President Hakainde Hichilema were promised one thing by President Hakainde Hichilema, that their names will not be published, that the Speaker has been directed that she will not release that list. It's our duty to compel and push that Speaker to release that document. I'm all over, we have a bereavement. One of our helpers, our principal helper, who's been with us for almost 21 years, passed away yesterday in Zambia, and we've been struggling. This is literally a family bereavement. But I took time to speak to various members of parliament just to get to the bottom of this. What happened? And the story has become very clear. I think there are various groups in which President Hakainde Hichilema is managing the various groups. Let's start with the Robert Chabinga group. So Robert Chabinga was appointed illegally, records were changed illegally at the Registrar of Societies. He's never had the conference, he's never had anything. He's currently the leader of the Patriotic Front. He has a set of few MPs he works with, like Anton Mumba, who is Chief Whip Kantanshi MP, like Jonathan Daka, who is his vice president, who's Chadiza MP. Then you have a few people like Davison Mungandu from Chama South, who works with Robert Chabinga. This is a very small group. So this was given, they would vote. The reason Chabinga is PF president, the reason that Anton Mumba is chief whip, and the reason Davison Mungandu and others are working with Robert Chabinga, who is an expelled MP from Mafinga constituency, is that they've already inherent benefits. For example, Robert Chabinga has been getting money, from the period that he allegedly took over from Mao Sampa. He's been getting a salary as a leader of the opposition. He has support, in vehicles, financial support, and other things as a leader of the opposition. He's illegally getting that money. And I hope one day, both Anton Mumba, his deputy, and then the leader of the so-called leader of the opposition will pay one day. We will pay for the money they are illegally getting because they've been installed by President Hakainde Hichilema. They may feel secure now, but it is not to be. Then you have MPs individually collaborating with the UPND directly through various sources. Some through Levison Ngoma, who's a State House Special Assistant for Politics. So there are those MPs that Levison Ngoma has been cultivating directly, reaching out. Banda Aklio from Vubwi, Banda Allen from Chimwemwe, Mwale Simon from Nchelenge, Sande Chanda from Kanchibia, Daka Elias from Sanzala, Sibongile Mwamba, my own dear sister from Kasama Central. Her case is different. She seems to be a project of the Speaker of the National Assembly. She's always on the Speaker's trips. And remember, her father, GBM, had these struggles with the law and that illegal, incarceration that they did on him, which we are glad that it resulted in a pardon, and Honorable GBM is recuperating from home. So Sibo, from my information, I think works directly with the Speaker. And she's recruited others like like Isoka MP, Marjorie Nakaponda from Isoka. Then you have these MPs that have been on the fence. They are found in PF meetings. They support PF meetings. When we are organizing Women's Day, National Day, they go full out and support the party. And we were shocked by the vote yesterday. So these seem to have been enticed by these financial gifts. I have spent a lot of time on this matter, speaking to a lot of MPs, speaking to people at Parliament, speaking to people wherever I can get credible information. And these colleagues came on board, especially for the financial gifts that were being dangled. Tao Chewe Kabwe from Lubansenshi, Chiwombwe Livan from Bahati, Chiwe Christopher, Kalimi Robert, my own dear brother, and my tenant in Kasama, he lives in my house and is a dear brother of mine. We've worked together for many years. Remember, he was in that terrible accident and he was in a coma for about 7-8 months. He's struggling. He's got back his health. At least he can talk. He's got his mind proper. And we understand he didn't vote the first time, but he voted the second time. He's a dear brother of mine. And I must say, I have personal relations with all these people. Most of them are friends of mine. Most of them, we have each other's numbers. We have interacted. We've turned up in solidarity. Some, like Elias Dagka, were my sureties in my case. Now, we only discuss them to this extent because what is at stake is our national pride and our national well-being. What Bill 7 has done can take us to war, can take us to conflict, will likely change the character of our country forever unless our people fight. So here, it's not about me and my personal relations with these colleagues. Sadly, we have to put to Zambians what has happened. It is for this reason that I've reported to the anti-corruption. A case of bribery is being perpetrated by President Hakainde Hichilema in my report. And I've stated that, Mr. President, you took a certain number of MPs to Lower Zambezi, a lodge owned by an entity associated with one of the biggest mines in Zambia. You took them there for those 2 days and you brought them back on the day of voting. And I'm saying, Mr. President, that is an act of corruption. And as an act of corruption, Mr. President, SEC, although you have appointed that Daphne Soko, she's a UPND cadre, she has a duty by constitution, she's been ratified by Parliament, to investigate. She leads an organization that is a lead fighter against corruption. And it's for that reason that I'm asking the SEC to investigate these matters. These monies obtained from these businesses, which you use to bribe these MPs. We understand the figure is $150,000. And this is solid information. Some among themselves the crooks. Others are saying they only received $50,000. Others are now demanding for the difference, the $100,000. Others received the full $150,000. But wapo keleko fyama change ama 20,000 kwacha. Even among themselves have been cheating one another. But there was money, there was a budget, and there was money, especially for the 20 that went to Lower Zambezi. Lungu Mwaiwanu Kapoche, Katambo Michael, the former Minister of Agriculture. Now, the former Minister of Agriculture, there's a case, many witnessed this matter. When Honorable Kampamba Mlenga walked in and she appeared ambivalent in her discussions that she may not vote for Bill 7, Honorable Michael Katamba lost his temper, and there are many witnesses that saw this. And he shouted at the Kalulush MP, don't play games. We've decided. We have settled this matter. We are voting for Bill 7. Mpundu Cliff, Mlenga S. Kampambankalulushi. In the newspaper, we said she didn't vote. We picked her story from a page that she didn't vote. But I spoke to many, they said she didn't vote. And I carried the story that she didn't vote even on my program earlier. I believe that she's a comrade, she's a chair of the Women's League in our party. So I gave her a benefit of doubt. But when the information came from Parliament, it showed that she voted. Between her word and her posting on Facebook and the documents from the National Assembly, I would rather believe the document from the National Assembly. So on record, I'm putting it that Honorable Mlenga Kampamba voted for Bill 7, despite her assertions that she didn't, despite her posting on her page that she didn't. Our brother Mshanga Sydney, very solid man, I love, a Catholic, devout, and he also crosses paths with those people that we share faith with. He's like Honorable Harry Kalava. He could be Catholic, but you will find him comfortable also in a Pentecostal church. Sydney Mshanga is like that man I love, but he voted for the bill. From Wacha. Musonda Elias Chimbamilonga Kwansa Makulia, Mwanza Dr. Aaron Kaumbwe, Marjorie Nakaponda from Isoka, Masaosoke Tembo from Sinda. I have a list of independent MPs. Emmanuel Banda from Mchinga, Serenje, Joel Chibuye from Ron, Guy Steve Chonde. In my earlier broadcast, I said, my dear brother Chonde from Milenge, Kuriokwa Sujilite. No, there's only Sujilite in Zambia in two places. In Chembe, the constituency across, and in Milenge. So, Gustav Chonde is a dear brother of mine. We've stood with him several times. He's been a surety to many of the people that were arrested. And I heard that he didn't vote. No, unfortunately, I've since verified, and the document I have from Parliament, he voted. George Kandafula from Serenje, these are independents. Moses Moyo Luangeni, of course, this is a deputy speaker, one who's been very quick to punish our people, expel them from Parliament, and he's been a rogue presiding officer, and he has done most of the dirty jobs for Nelly Moti. My dear brother Warren Mwambaze, I had information that he didn't vote, and I gave him a benefit of doubt. He had shared his views to many that he would not vote. The records show otherwise. Warren Mwambaze voted. Mishek Nyambose from Chasefu. Warren Mwambaze from Bwanamkubwa. Menyanzulu from Nyimba. Then there's been this debate over two key individuals, Christopher Shakafuswa, and there's Christopher Kangombe. Christopher Shakafuswa has been our Lusaka province chairperson for the PF. For the last 4 years, he has fought very hard to put up those pitched battles, bring witnesses, councillors. In my case, one of my cases I have in Kabwata, Christopher Shakafuswa was very instrumental with Honorable Nakachinda to bring councillors who signed for my bail. He's been very, very strong. But remember, he's one that is among the 6 that Honorable Given Lubinda removed from the member of Central Committee, and he's been very aggrieved. He went on his Facebook page to attack the acting president, called him names, and he called that decision null and void. He's been very troubled and annoyed with the leadership of the PF after that decision by Honorable Given Lubinda. Was he paid? I can't confirm. But what I know, this is what's driving Christopher Shakafuswa, is his anger and how he has been treated. He sacrificed a lot, worked for the party, and he feels that he hasn't been. So maybe in his own thinking, not recognizing that this is a national matter, he chose to be rogue. If the money came, probably it's just a motivation. But Shakafuswa is troubled by how he was treated with Emmanuel Mpankata, Honorable Brenda Nyurenda, himself, and Chipili from Northern Province. So he's been aggrieved with that matter, and he hasn't hidden that from anyone. Then there's Christopher Kangombe, our beloved MP from Kamfinsa. I invited him to this program because Christopher is a progressive. Christopher Kangombe doesn't shy away from the media. So we had a long discussion. He's given me documents and he's given me his video. Let me just play his video and why he says he voted for Bill 7. Whether he was politically being naive is another matter. But let me play his video, then I tell you why.
Chair, clause 3, and I hope you have a copy of Bill number 7. If you go to clause 3 of the bill, clause 3 is proposing that members of a political party, chair that wish to contest as independent parliamentary candidates in the month of August should have resigned 2 months before nomination day. That is what clause 3 is proposing. Chair, my proposal is that Article 51, which is the current provision in the current constitution, Chair, that article is enough, and I think it should not be amended, and it should be maintained because it allows members of a political party to be given the option of resigning from their party if not adopted to later contest as independent candidates. Chair, I think that this is a submission that I start with today because it affects the rights of a citizen to be able to contest in an election. I hope that submission is very...
So we are all annoyed with Christopher Kangombe. Remember, he was a leader at CBU. He's an engineer, but he was a student leader at CBU. And when he left CBU, he was working for Atlas Copco. He plunged into politics. He was a councillor, one of the first councillors for the PF. He has a distinguished record. He rose to become a mayor for Kitwe, and now he's a member of parliament for the PF in Kamfinsa. And he has fraternized with the idea of presidency now or in the future. And he has frequently spoken about it, that he wishes to lead this country. And many people love affable, forward-looking, issue-based, and is one of the few MPs that have really kept that parliament active by proposing amendments. I supported him just the other week when he was pushing an amendment for, the Zambia Institute of for Legal Education, ZIALE. That ZIALE, as we call it, fails students deliberately. 300 young lawyers would sit for those exams. And sometimes the failure rate is as high as 94%, 98%. They've put silly, stupid regulations. I think it's an attempt to regulate the market, to close out the market that there's not so many lawyers in town. But how can you close the gap if you have so many schools churning out, graduates and lawyers, giving them LLB, and then you want to constrict and close at the time they want to get a practicing certificate? That should be an easy exam after passing ZIALE. So Christopher brought a very progressive law. And one of the issues he wanted ZIALE to amend was the issue of 5 years and 3 years. Because if you fail the exam, I think 2-3 times, you are not allowed to sit for exams until after a period of 3 years. It used to be 5 years. It's now 3 years. Kangombe says you cannot. It's just one of a barrier to entry to the market, and it's unfair for young lawyers. And I supported that idea. He brought that motion in parliament. So Kangombe is progressive. So why did he vote? And I challenged him. I said, come on my program, explain to Zambians. They are very disappointed with you. So he says, he saw Bill 7 was tumbling down like a train, an unstoppable train. He looked at the numbers, UPND of 97. He looked at his colleagues, the independents that are working with President Hichilema. Because he's an insider, he also knew the treachery of our MPs that were collaborating with the UPND. When he did his numbers, he realized this bill will pass with or without me. So he embarked on a process to salvage what he could. So he proposed 4 key amendments. that he's satisfied that they've been taken into account. We are yet to see. He spoke to the select committee, and even on the floor of the House, he also spoke. That is Christopher Kangombe's justification. If money was given, he has denied. He says, my motivation was this. I wasn't even looking at money. No one has approached me. So unless anyone has any contrary view about Christopher Kangombe, he's gladly admitted he voted and he has given the reasons. And at an appropriate time, he'll come to the program. I had hoped that he would come to the program. Now, a quick summary. So who voted for Bill 7? We are focused on the independents and we are focused on the PF members. So Banda Akleo from Vubwi, Banda Allen from Chimwemwe, Chalapo from Chipili, Chandasande is given an explanation why he voted for Bill 7 and changing. Chewekabwe T from Lubansenshi, Chiwombwe Livan from Bahati, Chibuye Christopher from Mukushi North, Daka Elias, my surety from Sanzala, Daka Jonathan, PF Chadiza, Kangombe Christopher from Kamfinsa, Katambo Michael, former Minister of Agric from Masaiti, Lubusha Andrew, the young pilot who left and has been working with the UPND, Chipangali, Lungu Mwaiwanu from Kapoche, Mpundu Cliff from Chembe, Mulenga Kampamba from Kalulushi, Mumba Anthony from Kantanshi, Mushanga Sydney from Wacha in Kawe, Musonda Elias M from Chimbamilonga, Musonda Emmanuel Mpankata from Lupososhi, our chair there, Mutale member, PF Chitambo. I didn't finish in the analysis. There are people that are being blackmailed for cases that the police service headquarters have been pursuing. These are merely political cases. Remember Mutale, they've been trying to put a murder charge on him. This is our chair for elections. There was even an announcement. He had another mishap where he hit into not a cyclist, but a man on a bike. And just like, our chair, Emmanuel Mpankata, these are being threatened here and there. I don't know the actual motivation why they voted, but I'm aware that the state has been very hard on them, trying to blackmail them. Mwale, Dr. Simon from Nchelenge, we always call this one that is a baby of Dr. Chitalo Chilufya, because Dr. Chitalo Chilufya ensured that the young doctor was brought into politics and fought hard that he stood in Nchelenge, and he's been one of the first people to even wear a UPND t-shirt and leave the PF. Mwanza, Dr. Aaron from Kaumbwe. Now, let me say a few things about our dear brother, Dr. Aaron Mwanza Kaumbwe. These people, I need to be flashing the pictures to you. There was a by-election that came immediately after elections. And the PF poured its heart out. They nearly lynched from Sanzala and Kaumbwe, they nearly lynched Raphael Nakachinda. And our acting president, Honorable Given Lubinda, is very, very annoyed about Kaumbwe MP. Because Honorable Given Lubinda, there was no money. So he got his own money to finance that campaign. A lot of money to finance that campaign. And to ensure that this Dr. Aaron Mwanza was elected as Kaumbwe MP. And he's the first one to betray us. He's the first one to even betray the sacrifices that were made by his colleagues. Peter Piri from Kaika, Shakafuswa Christopher, I've explained, is very annoyed with the decision made by the party. Tembo Masauso from Sinda, Mungandu Davison Kalevaya, Nakaponda Miss Marjorie. So sad, President Edgar Lungu loved this woman. When she lost her husband just I think the other year we all went to the funeral. President Lungu was very broken. She has her own personal fights in Isoka, but that's no justification to do what she did. Mwambasi Wongile, my dear sister, have explained. Chabinga Robert, of course, he's a rogue MP. He is expelled by ourselves, the Edgar Lungu-led faction, and Mao Sampa also expelled him. But he's there, masquerading as leader of the opposition, strengthened by President Hakainde Hichilema. Kalimi Robert, my dear brother, who was in hospital for 8 months, I visited him. I traveled to South Africa to visit him. He's done a lot of recovery. He's now walking. He has a good presence of mind. He's my dear brother from Malole. Dr. Chitalu Chilufya, Shalande Fing. Those are the MPs that voted for this bill on the official list. And I read the independents already. Let me just go to the independents. The independents: Emmanuel Banda from Chinga, Joel Chibuye from Ron, Gustav Chonde from Milenge, George Kandafula from Serenje, Moses Moyo Luangeni, and second deputy speaker. Warren Mwambazi, chair of the PAC. He's done a very good job as chair of the PAC. He said he would not vote for it, but he has voted. Mishek Nyambose, Chasefu, Menyani Zulu. And then, who didn't vote for this bill? I called them heroes. But people are saying, no, but why did, if they were heroes, why didn't they go and stand and vote against? Remember that parliament has 165 MPs. We elect 156. We used to elect 150. After the 2016 elections, we added 6 new constituencies, using not delimitation, but another act of parliament. The law doesn't allow a constituency to straddle 2 districts. Hence, the new constituencies that emerged. It meant that that constituency was being found in 2 districts. Remember, we used to have 73 districts, and President Michael Sata built the number to almost 116. President Lungu added 1 or 2. President Hakainde Hichilema has also added 1 or 2. But essentially, when that was done, there are constituencies. The birth of Kaumbwe, Msanzala, in Kaoma, what constituency is that? I think where our Minister of Energy comes from. So these constituencies were straddling 2 districts. The law doesn't allow that. So those immediately are candidates for delimitation. Another clause, not the usual clause. So, yeah, I thought I could explain that particular part. So let's go to these heroes that didn't vote. You are saying they are not heroes. They should have been in parliament. They should have stood in parliament. I am saying they are heroes. Leader of the opposition, Brian Munduwile, who's taking the flak for this decision? Who is taking the flak? Because remember, the bulk of these MPs, just 2-3 weeks ago, endorsed him. He came on my program. He said the number had grown from 29 to 37, up to 65 MPs had endorsed him. So there is trouble around my dear brother, Honorable Brian Munduwile, that how come the people that endorsed you have now voted against the people of Zambia? But here is his explanation.
Men and women, today marks a dark day in Zambia's young democracy. What has transpired today raises serious concerns about constitutionalism, public trust, and the integrity of our democratic processes. Our position has always been clear and consistent. The Constitution must never be amended without broad consensus, public participation, and strict adherence to constitutional procedures. Any deviation from this standard weakens the very foundation of our democracy. Countrymen and women, you will recall that a few weeks back, we entered into a social contract with the Oasis Forum. Parliamentarians and Oasis Forum agreed to work together to stop Constitution Amendment Bill number 7. We further agreed that during parliamentary debates and committee sittings at Parliament, stakeholders would not make submissions to a committee or indeed participate in the debates on the floor of the House, as doing so would legitimize an illegal process. In keeping with the agreement that was made between members of Parliament and the Oasis Forum, some MPs and I stayed away from National Assembly and instead decided to go to the Constitutional Court, where the court was hearing a matter on Constitution Amendment Bill number 7. However, a number of MPs from both sides of the House went to the chamber and voted for the Constitution Amendment Bill number 7. So the 135 members of Parliament who voted for Bill 7 have indeed failed the Zambian people. They have failed the people that voted for them, the people that sent them to the House to represent them. It is an unfortunate unconstitutional constitution amendment. What we're witnessing is the unfortunate reality of a non-constitutional amendment and a contradiction in terms, yet an accurate description of a process that fails both the spirit and the letter of constitution governance. The way forward is clear. Zambians must decide. In August, the power does not lie in Parliament alone. It lies with the people of Zambia. This is the moment for citizens to make their choices heard and assert their sovereignty and to shape the future of their nation through democratic choice.
Thank you. That's Brian Mundubile, Member of Parliament from Porokoso. He used to be leader of the opposition in Parliament until 2023 when President Hakainde Hichilema hijacked the party and installed his own stooges. Share the broadcast. This is very important. Where the path of our country is going is a very dangerous path. The President has announced tomorrow through his permanent secretary at local government that the council chairpersons and mayors, together with their town clerks or council secretaries, should leave their base immediately, get per diem and money for fuel, money for allowances for 2 days and travel urgently to Lusaka. So we have 116 districts. You can calculate by at least minimum the driver and those 3 persons, the council secretary, council chairperson, or mayor and town clerk, to travel to Lusaka to come and witness the signing of Bill 7 into law. The president is assenting to it. He's not listening. He's not even wasting time, and he wants a big ceremony. So share the broadcast. This is very important. To come to the issue why Bill 7 is so dangerous to our country. I was on the process of listing the people who didn't vote or were absent. Most of them, which was by abstention, because they didn't vote. The parliament, like I said, has 156 MPs. Then the 6 that were added, I explained, is not out of delimitation, no. The delimitation part is different. It's on another clause of the Constitution that doesn't allow for constituencies to straddle 2 districts. That is why you have those 6 new constituencies. So the number is now 156. Then the president appoints 8 nominated. And then Parliament elects 2 persons, Speaker and First Speaker. The Deputy Speaker comes from within members of Parliament, but the Speaker is an outsider, and the First Deputy Speaker is also an outsider. So the members of Parliament are now 165. They are proposing that the number should rise to 226 up to 260. So here are the people that didn't vote for it. Mtaya Chalo, Yotam, the unionist I told you about from ZESCO, used to be a unionist and used to lead a vibrant union from Chamanorth. Chifunabuli, my dear sister, Nyemba Julian from Bangweulu, our Deputy Secretary to Cabinet, Deputy Secretary General. He acted in that position. And he was also Deputy Chief Whip in Parliament. Remember, we had Brian Munduvile as leader of the opposition. We had Honorable Stephen Kampiongo as Chief Whip. The deputy was Honorable Anton Kasandwe from Bangweulu. Chilubi Fuwe, Mulenga Fuwe. Remember, we had said he had voted and he quickly sent me, while I was on the program, that he didn't vote. He was in Parliament. He is among the 2 MPs that went to submit to the Select Committee. Mulenga Fube also wanted a lot of changes that he had proposed, and he has also sent me these changes. But when he saw that his changes were not being effected, he walked out of that Parliament. And the record shows that Mulenga Fube is telling the truth, unlike the case of Mulenga Kampamba. In this case, the records are affirming what Fube Mulenga is saying, that he didn't vote. From Chinsali, my surety, Kalalwe Mkosa, young man, Mwina Chinsali, very resolute, Tavotele. Feira, former Unzasu president, Emmanuel Tembo from Feira, he didn't vote. Kasenengwa, our dear brother, Twasa Philemon. From Luapula, Augustine Katoto Wechanda. We didn't name him anywhere earlier, but the records show that Augustine from Luapula constituency, which was previously held by, Dr. Machungwa for over 25 years. That's why you don't know many people. People don't even know that Luapula is a constituency. They think Luapula is a province. Yes, there is Luapula a province, but there is also Luapula a constituency where our dear brother Katotowe comes from. He didn't vote for it. Lukasha, Kasama has 2 constituencies, Kasama and Lukasha. My dear brother, George Sanga, former LAS president, solid man, he didn't vote for it. Lundazi, Iron Lady, Brenda Nyirenda, she didn't vote for it. Lunte, Mporokoso has 2 constituencies. There's one that is just near Luingo, although it's in Mporokoso, but it's so near. My dear brother Mtoto Kafoe comes from one of the 2 constituencies. His brother, Brian Munduvile, is heading the Mporokoso one, and he heads the Lunte constituency. Resolute, also presidential candidate. He didn't vote for it. A powerhouse, Chisenga Jean, vibrant youth leader. After the president finished his budget speech, and she has suffered pain for that. You remember her house burnt in strange circumstances. They arrested her in Kawambo when she was trying to rescue that by-election, but she remains resolute. Mambirima MP Chisanga Jean. Our dear brother, Matero MP, he publicized his entire process. He said, I'm going to Parliament. When he was on the House of the Parliament, he laid on the table the court judgment. And he says, Honorable Speaker, what you're doing is illegal. And he walked out. So Matero MP, Mao Sampa, didn't vote for it. Our dear sister, Melesiana Piri, she didn't vote from Milanzi. Mukush South, Davis Chisopa. I told you that little secret that Davis Chisopa, who's Mukushi South MP, is also the spouse to another powerhouse, Brenda Nyirenda Lundazi MP. A lot of people don't know that. I think the only time we had such a scenario where you have a couple in Parliament was when we had Scotta Winner and Mama, Nakatindi Winner in Parliament. Kapianga, another young, powerful powerhouse. Remember, we've had Binwa Mpundu, this young, vibrant, Christopher Kangombe and Francis Kapianga, very determined, very resolute, steady, consistent. Francis Kapianga didn't vote for it. I still call him leader of the opposition in Parliament. Brian Muntayalwa Munduvile didn't vote for for this. It was credited that he had kept our MPs together. Bapusumuika fya papene tatushivenga $150,000 yali kulisha yamu pusuka Brian ayama MPs. But he's done a good job over the last 4 years. Gordon Muila, mother surety, very resolute, strong man from the Copper Belt, didn't vote for it. Mwansabo Mbwe, Vana Bamfumwaba. You've seen the position of the Mwata. The Mwata is even very, very strong on this issue. He wants a united opposition. So there was no way his son was going to, vote against. So my dear brother from Mwansabombwe didn't. But he's a resolute man himself. Mwense, Honorable David Mabumba, former Minister of Education, he didn't vote. Nakonde Simumba, another young, vibrant MP who's tried very hard, and they are following him and trying to break him, but he's strong. Lucas Mumba didn't vote. A strong man, Kampiongo Stephen, he didn't. Uzakile, Aben Wakopabelt, Pavyuma Kalobo, he didn't. So, Mwebantu Wakwalesa, that's the story we have. The president tomorrow is signing into law this Bill 7. It's been reported on BBC, on Terra T Africa, everywhere. People are following this election. The president is determined to change the character of our country. Literally, forever, he wants to entrench the UPND, he wants to entrench himself. Even this so-called mixed member proportion doesn't make sense. He hopes that he garners the majority. And Nkalipileko mwewe kala chalo. Iyo tukamona mu 2026 who get him out. He has passed some of the most archaic draconian law. Iyo tukamufumia hapo mu 2026. He has closed you up. You can only call as anonymous. Amaka yaka fumakuisa mu 2026. We need to reprimand one another. He has passed this bad law. Iyo tukamufumia hapo mu 2026. Vane, everything President Hakainde Hichilema is crafting to get hold of that election. With or without your support, he wants to be president. That's why he's manipulating parliament. That's why he's manipulating Electoral Commission of Zambia. The election is just a mere A4 paper. On that day, what the ECZ will read on that A4 paper will become the results of that election. If you do not have a credible electoral commission, if you have entities that will read out printed out material and not, my dear sister, Reverend Given Katuta didn't vote. Let me make it very clear. I can see she's calling and I'll give her space. She didn't vote. She was in America, and when she arrived, she's been in hospital. But she has also voiced her views against Bill 7. She didn't vote. Honorable Given Katuta, I'll answer you quickly, but let me just nkalipileko abekala chalo. Uyu muntu ali ama constituencies. Aya mbile kwacha Kabushi mwele yotu kamufumia hapo. Aya kukawambwa Pambashi akaka abantu bakaele. Both Ronald Chitotela and Nixon Chilango were not even on the scene. In fact, those young men were being prosecuted for their riotous behavior on election day. And the anger in the community was so much, the community itself could have burnt them. The record is there. There was complaint. We've discussed that matter. But his target was not Chitotela and Nixon Chilango. His target were their constituencies to have a footprint. We lost Kapapin Mwense. Very funny murder. The man is picked from the lodge and is killed and thrown. No murder charges have come. No one has been arrested or prosecuted. And that seat was taken from us. Look what happened to Munira Zulu's Lumezi. Look what happened to Mfue. Yo tukamufumia hapo. Mwebantu wakwalesa. An election, as you saw in Tanzania, is just an A4 paper. I can give you the example of the DRC. I'm a diplomat, but I can give you Zambia was chair at the time in 2019, not this past election. Malanji was Minister of Foreign Affairs, and there was an election. In that election, the church had a solid PVT across the DRC. And the civil society, AU, EU, and other monitors said the candidate who had won was someone else. The former tech giant, he owns the mobile company in there. Number 2 was the candidate from the ruling party, Kabila's candidate. Number 3 was Felix Tshisekedi. Elections are just mere A4. That electoral commission just went and read, and the results were shocking. They read, number 3 became number 1. Number 2 became number 2. Number 1 became number 3. And they deployed the police. What could the people? The people protested for 3 days. And the president became president. I was intimately involved in that because President Edgar Lungu flew to Pretoria. We flew to Durban to go and meet the president. We met our President Cyril Ramaphosa, and ourselves. We discussed that election and what had happened. And I can't say anything beyond that. So, ngamleba tiyo tukawina. If you don't pay attention to what is happening, elections is just a mere A4 paper. Someone is going to read the results and they can deploy the police. How can Mama Sumia in Tanzania win by 98%? We want to Wakwalesa to hold a democratic, free and fair elections. You have to pay attention that the institutions are independent. You cannot have a speaker like that. You cannot. You cannot allow a chair like this one. Tarsila has not even indicated whether she's standing. The chief electoral officer, Brown Kasaro, what does he do? He issues a very strong statement that they will not allow voting by e-filing because they suspected Tarsila may not travel. So she may choose to file through e-process. Kasaro, without even hearing that, banned the e-filing. He doesn't have such powers. That matter needs to be tested in the Constitutional Court. And he said another reason we will not allow a candidate that caused the by-election, will not accept. Did Tarsila cause the by-election? Now, you have an electoral commission. Brown Kasaro was accused in 2016 of attempting to manipulate results. He's an IT expert, I must admit, well respected across Africa. He is invited to other electoral commission to give advice. He's a solid IT expert. But in 2016, he was accused of trying to manipulate the IT documents to favor the UPND. That is a man that the president has put in charge. Then you have a cadre in the chair. Then you have McDonald Chipenzi. Who knows how elections are run? Who knows that elections are won or lost at the polling station? If you have the results at the polling station, you have won or lost elections. They have a solid team, unfortunately, who's using their knowledge and experience to the benefit of the UPND, not to the benefit of our country. When we say there's something wrong here, listen, iyo tukamwona 2026, we'll come and have this discussion in 2026. An election is a process, I must emphasize. An election is not what you do on the election day. That is the end process. How you prepare the register, how you issue NRCs, how you prepare the law, electoral law. The Oasis Forum kept on saying, why is this entire document about elections? Because President Hakainde Hichilema is preparing for a second return. He wants to be re-elected. Everything is doing from the cyber laws, the people that are officiating in these institutions is crafting and taking away that Zambia does not have free, credible elections. Let's say, Mr. President, you've crafted Bill 7 is illegal. On paper, it's looking good. It had the majority vote, 131 MPs, 136 MPs. Where is it illegal? The bulk of the supporters came from the opposition, independents and the PF. Where is it illegal? On paper, it looks a good law with a majority vote. But you and I know that they've procured that law using threats, using corruption, using all manner of abuse to arrive at the vote they did. Just like, Mama Hassan from Tanzania. Yes, she poured 98%, but how was that 98% achieved? She banned candidates. She locked up candidates. She banned their political party from participation. People disappeared. Many voices just disappeared without trace. So she has 98%. How was that 98% achieved? I was having a discussion with an international journalist from France, and was telling me, no, you're just being critical for nothing. Because look at the numbers look good. The president has achieved. Bill 7, contrary to what you people are saying, is actually popular because it was voted for by 136 MPs. Elections are a process. You do not attend to the process, the outcome is soiled and the outcome is sanitized, and it leaves you very little room. Look at the MPs, look at the judges that we're dealing with. Is it a coincidence that Judge Mapani, who's accused of being in a relation to the president, was the one handling most of these matters, and Judge Mulongoti, whose husband, is, Madam Mapani, I think the husband is at National Assembly at Parliament as deputy clerk. The controversial judges are the ones that handled the cases of Oasis Forum. Of course, one of the cases was dealt with by the full bench. But again, remember what we have been saying. The president has pushed in up to 50 new judges. In one slot, he appointed 27, another slot 20. Then he's been appointing these ones in smaller numbers. That judiciary is hijacked. Because you have, like the High Court judge who was dealing with the PF matters. On her Facebook page, and maybe she forgot her password. There's still pictures of her raising the symbols for UPND, and Judge Chocho. She's a UPND cadre, like in the case of the SEC Director General. On her Facebook page, she's still rooting for Hakainde Hichilema. I don't know if she has forgotten their passwords. You Google Judge Chocho, you find that she's a UPND cadre. When you are in trouble, learn from today. Elections is a process. You need to attend to the process. How is a register being put together? How was the NRC being issued? How? It's just not that day when you turn up to vote. Understand, elections is a process. And election results can just be an A4-page paper read by someone, and they deploy the police. And those results on an A4 paper, it doesn't matter what the will of the people is and how they voted. Those results on an A4 paper can become the actual results that make a president for the next 5 years. I'm opening the phone lines. Nalanda sana ngafweni ko mubantu wakwalesa.
In most of our countrymen and women, and it is incumbent upon us to respond to those issues that are niggling, as well as trudge the way forward in giving hope to our people. My fellow citizens, in this solemn moment of our nation's journey, I speak to you with a heart that carries both sorrow and resolve. Sorrow because the events surrounding the passage of Bill 7 have wounded the trust of a people who believe their representatives would stand as guardians and guarantors of the Republic. Resolve because even in this betrayal, the Zambian spirit has not been crushed. It burns stronger.
Let's open the phone lines quickly. Let's hear what the people are saying. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Mwamba.
Good evening.
Thank you very much. But precious Musakile Kitwe.
Mwebena Kitwe, Landen Pweriash.
Number one, ukuya kuli Bill 7, Mr. Mwamba, na chimponya pamusao. kuli abama MP twalechetekela like abena binywe ompundu n'abashala abo twalemo kwati ababena ni ba PF liu kanshi balungu balikwete batisanguka kanshi fonse fya atitikanga kuli ofi y'abalungu balungu balikwete abantu abo balemo kwati bali batemenwa because one now mwana okumulo bati bill 7 tebe na Zambia bill 7 ya tu regional nangu wanu regional but mwaya mkuvota mulandi wakutemwa afie impia mu PF mwali ba Yuda Iscariot abena Christopher Kangombe abena Kampamba mulengani ba Yuda Iscariot ba iranga bonse abavotere ba Yuda Iscariot because ngateba Yuda Iscariot ngabali kuli ifwe na Zambia opo abantu afwe na Zambia fwe bakweta amantu akano kubata bill 7 tachiri bwino katuchikane but bayamu kuchivota obo twatule ku parliament kwebati bamukutulanjika then that tana praise ba MP vs bapa vyuma kalobo aba mugusa kile constituency if na balango kwebati na balite mu chao cha Zambia abena binyo mpundu balite mu abantu chao cha Zambia because bena bali minine kuli fufwe na Zambia tabavote batemino ichuma na bena ichuma bena binyo mpundu bale shifwaya but badi kene abena binyo ichuma basalapo okuchula na ifwe na Zambia then in there therefore kulanda ko ififya ko bati because abantu batwalekere bapita fwe bakatolika tukatukwa fwe babemba already bali tutuka kuli ba Douglas akali mukwati fwe babemba tatu akwatamano but bafiro okubakaka lafe ona katinda bamukaka era 6 months but bali abalanda timwe ba Lucifer bakatolika tabale bakaka Douglas akali makumye school wa pula ya mukututuka fwe babemba tatu bafiro okumuika tabadi ukulanda fe mwina zuru bakaka abantu 2026 kuya bebere delomba fe ba Dr. Taruchirufya ukuyikatana ba brand mundubire ba PF mweba tini ba PF isencha pa mwikatane pakwe batukesera bwino abantu muchache cha Zambia twachulo obuchushi ebwa last 2026 tulero bukwa abamu mbimunda bafuye fe bana. Thank you very much Mr. Emmanuel.
Thank you very much. Like I said, I'd left out my dear sister, Honorable Given Katuta from Chiengi. She didn't vote. She was in the US, and when she came, she was admitted to hospital, but she has spoken against the law very, very clearly. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
Hello, Mwamba Mwabombe.
Endita Mwabombeni.
Na mulo ndororo usaka sana nde tubina ku Zambia. Nalala ndafata mwe PF member. Mulengo mfwa.
Mkwae.
Mwamba mulela ndabwiro ngefi mulela ndatushe mwebe na Zambia mulechitenshi. Ineni nebo Catholic. Ifu ba Catholic e protocol eslang procedure esi abati twetu walandila muri ba mother board ba ZCCD ama bishops. Nombanga tabonfude kuma bishops mwalanse kashani ne katolika ne member na lai mashani pakuti nandile ku church sangu nandile ku abantu so ubuteko ngatabonfuile ku mother board kuti wamfa ifo ba individual so echo tulera ndoko bati ngatabuchindike fyama ama mother bodies na organization nishi abantu twakabuboteyo imwe muri uko ifo twe bali muno mu Zambia we are heroes because ifo tuli kuno niko fe mule tupanda fya manwa chichiteni ifi so teko bati na ifo tuikele feyo
yo Natasha Natasha let me answer my dear sister Honorable Given Katuta Mwelwa. I'm so sorry I didn't mention you yet. You know, I know you didn't vote, but I'd mentioned you in the Monday's broadcast. Welcome back. Mwaendelesha ni mwali kuno mwale tutandalila twali mwona mwali ku White House. Mwaendelesha ni
Natasha Mkwaiwa mwamba na totela sana. Ichivipile sana chakwe bati ifintu fyachitika nishishiri bwino sana charifwa ikanaya mulya mwine munganda amafunde nayalanda mofe fibiri fye kwebe chalo na mwishwa ifichitike kwena tafiwe mena kalya iyo Icha number one, therefore kubika on record kwebati. I'm not PF. I'm an independent. From 2016, this is my second term. Problem here alimo mu PF. Abantu bonse balya abo bachetekere basha abantu bene ebeshire rufianye fintu mu PF. Kwambira muchinga kwisaisa kukwali Vincent Mwale konsefe bala bene fye mwali okuba batuntulu mwabika mu bambi. Nomba anyway, you cannot cry over spilled water. Ikintu kimwe kyondefu okulandapo kyakwebati aba bonse abo abantu balero leshako kulanda no mu opposition ero bena bayasumina inani kane mulandu nga kyako ati fishing kefe balelanda ati kwali mpukunya matobwe bale bapera bamwamba ndefu okulanda efi ndio mfika bamwamba.
Mkwaimayo, if you were approached that there was money for you to vote, would you have received that money?
Mkwai ndefu okulanda efi kale naba intimidated kale mutinya sana nomba inena aliba principled elio nangu benga mpele mpia ishi mpia chimona blood money because it's going to cost abantu kuntanshpa kuisa kitari base if ichitike mreumfa
Mkwai
na ifwe kumieso kunafuma uvena mayo ndwa kwa mkupaka tandula pa kwa tanga ero kubena tata nafuma kuchiyenge kukabwire chali ngokuli omusalo ukuchiro okuli enama yowishwa tinaikwata kwemiropa techufe yo nangu chinga bashani bamwambana apa nafika apa amatemu naikala yabiri atakuwa boko nayachita kumusango oyo mulandu wa ndalama. Ichi chintu chititike ekimukyalo kya Zambia. Chintu chititike eki bamwamba ndefu okulandako. Biuten abantu bali pangire ndama pali biuten bambino shitani ba minister nakuba mu UPND. Bali sendere mpia abantu abengi. Bano ndi given katuta mwero nshasendere ko wanungwe. Bill 7 kwali abantu bamwe bampampa mino kula ntumina amafoni ulikuisa na beba nati ndikuma pepo kulupiri chalefu kuba ati ndiku America tulefu kukumona elio nabwera nchindi muchipatala bamwamba nabatumina yesterday nachaleni mwe balefu okumbona na lero tababwesha message
kabina ipita Bill 7
antu nalishibe na lebe n'abalume bandi nati aba balefu kukonfye chintinya kule na kuma brothers bandi n'ama sisters bandi abachitirechi ululu buto babyalira abana babo kiremo neko kwanguka abantu abalelira pali Bill 7 bengi nga kyakuba kyama Zambians fyabene they had that power to go and vote ngana mumona ngefe ilifumini nomba aba bantu n'abashitisha ensambu sh'abantu bayipa ama Zambians because Zambians' rights have been deprived of the Zambians. Muland why Bill 7 if you allow support pantash. Tilalo le shafe pari delimitation. Your delimitation. Vana mayo once each province and each constituency. Bakaleta abantu vana mayo abakuimini na mudia abakuimini na kopa special seats. The people with disabilities, bakasenda from every province. Ama youth, bakasenda once ever youth from every province to represent their colleagues from their provinces. It won't be like that. It won't be like that. If this government, government focus on a lot of women in cabinets. If now they cannot have more women in the cabinet, there is no law which forbids the president from appointing women. Even a lead of chief whip, the government whip, is a male. His vice is a male. If indeed they had the interests of women at heart, I don't know who has bewitched Zambians that they cannot see, they cannot read between the lines. This is the end of it. The meaning of my elections is just an A for paper. Because this by UPND, they know they're very popular. Nomba ukwinoko bakachaya is imingalato. Instead, Zambians come together. They are looking at up to a few people in parliament. Most of them who are compromised. Most of them who had to pay money in order for them to get their adoption certificates. So, echo ndefo okulanda kufe kyakwebati kuli bali abaayire kulya n'abalufianya whichever constituents they come from nga kuli abalengufwa kulwapula Eastern Province, Northern Province, Central Province, Muchinga. Nga mukaba votera aba mulele etafya amashamu pamitwe yenu because they've betrayed the trust of the Zambians. Opposition doesn't mean nga bakujiri mushafe. Efe twayingira mu efi kukosa. Nga bakujiri mushafe wali kwete milandu wali ibire kyakutira wali mu government waima. Ndia ule iba ufire waipeganya kuntanshinga politician fika mbwerera. Why would you sell the rights of Zambians just because you want to protect your family?
Thank you. Wise words from an MP herself who has faced numerous threats and also carrots. Mayo, get well soon and welcome back to Zambia.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Caller, I let my MP speak more, but you are allowed to speak very briefly. There are so many calls. The MP, Honorable given Katuta, to give her time. Caller, please tell us your name and where you are calling us from. Endita.
Baimano mwamba na chalafu okulanda fast na la supawira fye. Ishta twayingire mu opposition. Yali bani cleansing moment kuli for PF kusta identify ama members besu abachinka n'ababufi. I life ya cleansing moment yesu yaba kwati life yaka ego. So at this particular moment nomba na tuishi abantu ababufi n'abachinka. So baimano teti ndefo kumishita kwa advise ile namba tuchere na ine ile namba tuchere na abantu abali loyo. Namba tufire tuambo kubombera po kupange timu. Barabonsa ma traitors muibeta kuna pasho atwese mkuishita clear. Bareke nife barabantu let's concentrate murabe na bantu abaliroyo. Baraba sumino kwikala na.
Thank you very much. Hello caller, please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Good evening, Ambassador Mwamba. This is Jabota Mwetu Wajirinda.
My dear brother.
Spokesperson for governance.
My young brother, I am sad. I'm sad, and please help me with the cause of Zambia. Speak.
Believe me, I am equally depressed and heartbroken in what has happened. But here's the thing, Ambassador. I understand that you are PF, and I too voted for PF in 2016. I didn't vote in 2021. However, what I will say is this, Ambassador. The UPND proposed with Bill 7 to say give more power to the executive. And the only people who could have stopped this bill from going through were people from the peer. And it saddens me that the people that most people, you see, Ambassador, I'm on the ground. There are so many people who believed PF will come and save them from this misrule currently being subjected to under the UPND. There were so many people who had so much hope that PF will come back, bounce back in a way, and come and save them next year. But what these members of parliament from the PF did, where at the last minute they tripped at the finish line. The Zambian people back home are broken. They have lost hope because even the last people they thought would help them have just stabbed them in the heart. Ambassador, I'll say this, and I'll say this again. The PF has sold Zambia. They were the ones who could have saved us all. All they had to do was vote no. But for the love of money, because some of them are cowards, some of them put themselves before the country. They misrepresented their respective constituencies and they misrepresent Zambia at large. The UPND were very systematic with this. I had tried preaching. I spoke about Bill 7 from March, from the day President Hichilema accused the Zambian people of agreeing to amend the constitution. I spoke about this bill. No one spoke about Bill 7 more than I did. I did this for 8 months, trying to open people's minds. There is no trick or tactic President Hichilema uses that could be considered new. President Hichilema is predictable. He preempts. He will tell you something before he does it. It's called karmic retribution or foreshadowing in a way. What they've been doing is something we've seen in Uganda, we've seen it again we've seen it again in Rwanda. All he's doing is copy and paste what other presidents are doing. And the PF ambassador, I'm sorry to say this, they have disappointed me so much, and the Zambian people. And I will say this to the Zambian people, that I'm sorry, but the PF we thought was coming to save them is no more, and it's not coming back. I understand you said this has happened before where members of parliament betray or they vote against what maybe the party was proposing, but this one is different, Ambassador. This is different. And I am urging the Zambian people to wake up finally and understand that now we are about to slip into a semi-one-party state, because Bill 7 was engineered to create a 2/3 majority, an inbuilt 2/3 majority. And if UPND wins the elections next year, there will be attempt to amend the constitution again. Mark my words, I believe they will try to amend the constitution. They may want to get rid of 50+1. They may want to get rid of the presidential term limit. They may want to extend how much a term is from 5 to 7 years. We've already heard this from one of their members who had foreshadowed. Again, they tell you in advance what they discussed behind closed doors before they do. Otherwise, Ambassador,
Thank you. Thank Chaboto. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for that guidance. Thank you very much. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from. Hello, caller.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening.
Okay. My name is Essential Banda.
Honorable Essential Banda, make your contributions.
Sure. Like what Chabota said, indeed, what happened in Parliament and the hope which we anticipated from PF MPs, which was dashed, is unfortunate. But there's one thing I've learned as a Christian, is that God works in mysterious ways. And for me, to every dark cloud, there's a silver lining. And for me is that indeed this was a cleansing. Bad it might have been. It would have been bad if they shocked us during the 2026 elections. But it has happened at a time when actually we held them in high esteem, but actually the people who thought to come through didn't do so. However, our hopes are not dashed, because what prevailed that day is parliamentary democracy. And parliamentary democracy in Zambia is a shell of itself. The power resides with the people. In 2026, people will have to decide whether they want to uphold the democracy which we so cherish, or they want to go the route which the UPND government want to take us. So for me, it's a lessons learned, but also is to hold on to our hopes. Our hopes are not in men. Last but not the least, in the Bible, the story of Esther is an example to say when Esther thought she was in the palace and his uncle, or his cousin rather, approached her and said, if you don't help us, help will come from elsewhere. So the PF MPs did not bring forth help. Help will come elsewhere in 2026. So for me, we've lost a battle, we've not lost the war. The hope is still there, and God will help us 2026. And people should not despair. This was a cleansing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Good evening, Ambassador. My name is calling from the UK. How are you? Long time.
Rob, I'm from the United Kingdom, from Manchester. Make your contribution, my dear brother.
Yeah, Ambassador, it's been a while since I called, and there's a reason behind. And one of the reasons, I'm sure you know, I think we're all very upset with what happened to our great country. And, if you remember very well, Ambassador, I'll just take us back before we even got to this issue of Bill 7. I think we knew that our country was under attack, you know, and I've been calling and saying this for quite some time, that we need to fight for independence back. And people thought it was just a slogan. People were just excited. And I think you see where we are. And this is the message that we are all missing. All these people in the opposition, they are missing one voice. They just said, we are fighting for it. We are fighting for our life. It's like you're swimming. There's a tsunami. And we have to hold each other and swim across and fight for independence and liberate ourselves. I don't agree with the assessment that Chabota has made, because PF as an institution did not do anything wrong. It's the people that we took there that were wrong. Because if PF was the issue, everyone in PF would have voted yes. But there was a party line that came through, and then the party gave its position that people should not vote for it. But of course, some people, for reasons that probably some of us would not understand, but I would say some of them, it's just selfish decisions, and they ended up voting for the bill. So what we have to be very careful in the country, in the sense that it's not institutions that make mistakes, it's the people and the leaders that we put there. You know,
thank you, Rob. Just to buttress your point there, the Central Committee had issued instructions against the bill. The leadership had issued instructions. Honorable Brian Mundubi, they also issued instructions and even gathered his colleagues that they shouldn't vote. So you are right, to some extent. These individuals, I think that's why I've been keen. They're friends of mine, but I've been keen to even name them.
No, because the issue, like what I'm saying is, Lamamba, because there's a pattern of what's happening in our country, and I think I know Chabot is younger than me, but one thing we're not realizing is there's something being done in our country, and what these guys that we have in power, they're trying to rewrite history, and they're trying to cleanse everything that we've known before. Look at what has happened to MMD. Look what has happened to UNIP. Look what they are doing to PF. And there's a cleansing going on here so that people do not realize where we've come from. And you just find yourself in this situation where you don't even know who you are.
Robam, for me also, it's a moment of reflection for everyone. There are things the leadership of PF have done wrong too. For example, if we went to conference early, probably would not be where we are. You saw my analysis on for example, Shaka Fuswa, you know, and his grievances. So there are things everyone did wrong. It's a moment of reflection, and what do we do? So Chabota is right in expressing anger against the PF, because the PF is central to the opposition. And we need to admit something has gone terribly wrong in order for us to then craft a solution. I love the solution by one of the callers who said, Ambassador, the 25 MPs that didn't vote already is a good start. Maybe there. I don't know, but thank you, Robam. You quickly wind up. There are so many calls so that I can take the other calls.
Yes. Like, what we need here is, of course, what happened. I sent a message to someone. I said, look, this is a moment that requires new strategies and new partnerships.
Yeah.
And what it means by new partnerships is then you know who is not with you, and then you untangle yourself from those people. And then you have people that put the country first. So in terms of what Chabota is saying, yes, it's got some truth in it, but it's not completely correct. In the sense that the whole
thank you, Robert. Thank you very much. Let me just take this call. Thank you. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Mambo Shola from Mundubele Campo in Rusaka.
Okay.
Bashimwamba Mabombeni, Ningufa, know how you are explaining things. You know, Bashimwamba, a paper to Africa, those people who voted for Bill 10 or Bill 7, should not even be considered for any. This is the time just to say are traitors. And every traitor should be treated as a traitor and should be discarded. We know PF has got differences in terms of leadership vacuum, whereby the membership are with the other while the documents are with the other, but that should not make anyone to disadvantage one party. That should not make anyone to also sell his own reputation because of a few certain quachas which we are told they can be the motivation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Good evening, Ambassador Emmanuel Mwamba. This is Lilian Mutambo calling you from the UK.
My dear sister from UK, make your contributions.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, I would like to congratulate the MPs that decided to stay away from Parliament. And it's a good thing to see that some Zambians have actually the heart for the Zambian people. And I would also like to celebrate Honorable Bino Mpundu for the powerful statement he made in Parliament, Honorable Kapianga, who both walked out of Parliament. And obviously you've said the list of the MPs, but I would also like to celebrate a man who, in his own capacity, Honorable Brian Mondowele, was able to at least influence 22 MPs to stay away. You know, it's not easy in this regime of President Hakainde Hichilema to be able to influence people without money, without even, any promises, without even a political party to say we're standing with this party. And he was able to do that. And you know what really, disappointed me, the disappointment that I felt from some members on WhatsApp forums was immediately the PF members who voted for the bill. They started blaming Honorable Brian Mondowele. And I said, you know what, you're very ungrateful because this man is not a leader of opposition. He's been, rejected, insulted by so many people. They disrespect him. And we have chancellors who want to stand as president who have suddenly gained the crown.
Lily, we don't attack other candidates here. Yeah, I want you to refrain that part.
But what I wanted to say is if people are truly well-meaning Zambians, let them show us which candidates they were able, which MPs they were able to influence. None. So instead of us celebrating together this victory, he was being demeaned, So please, let us unite.
Which victory, Lillian?
The victory of the fact that we have MPs who stayed away from Parliament and did not vote. Yeah, not Bill 7. Of course, Bill 7 is a very bad bill. But to us, it just shows that we have hope in our democracy. There are some who stayed away. But for those who supported the bill, forget what Robert Chavinga and others are saying on social media. We will make sure they are voted out. And President Hakainde Hichilema should be voted out. Now, this is a message to the opposition. You know who is very popular at the grassroots. Pick one candidate and let's start going. You've seen that HH is not joking. If you are going to go, this person, 20 candidates on the ballot, you can't beat HH. I've been telling you this time and again, you cannot beat HH. So please, let us unite as Zambians. We pick one candidate and we start going. Otherwise, HH will win 2026 and he's going to change the constitution to 7 years. If HH changes 7 years, Bamwamba will be in the diaspora stack. Tukakotela diaspora. For the sake of all of us who are abroad, this is a time to unite. It's not about Team A, Team B, Team C. It's about one Zambia, one nation. All political parties come together and pick just one candidate, and we go. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That's Lilian Mutambo from Hello Caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
Yes, this is Mrs. Kazwe. I'm calling from Polokoso.
Mrs. Kazwe, make your contributions.
Yes, I would love to contribute on Brian Mundubila. Knowing, I would just want to second what the last caller was telling us on, to say it is better that we come together so that we can fight. That is the only reason we can overthrow our incoming president.
No, we are not overthrowing. Use correct words.
Yes.
Yeah, which we can vote out. Yeah.
Alone, it is better that we support Brian Mundubila as the upcoming president.
Okay, thank you very
Because from
much.
what you said he has been a good man for the past 4 years. And from his reaction, what he did was noble. It is only that the people he was with betrayed him. That's the reason he did not vote for Bill 7. So let's support him as the next president.
Okay.
If we come together and we unite together, we can beat the president.
Okay, thank you very much, my dear sister. I have to cut. There are so many people waiting. Hello, yeah, hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Good evening, Ambassador. My name is Dr. Lawrence Mwelwa.
Ah, Dr. Mwelwa.
From Lusaka, Zambia.
Mkwai.
Ndita Mkwai. I also thought I should say something about the voting on Monday. What happened was disheartening. We had a lot of hopes. And I think that I was involved with a lot of MPs because I've been concerned about this particular issue, and so I engaged with a lot of them. And by Friday or Saturday, Friday, we had assurances of 45 MPs, and we were now looking for additionals.
Dr. Mwelwa, you've
By
made a very,
Saturday-
just a minute. Dr. Mwelwa, you've made a very cardinal disclosure that you were personally involved in helping to mobilize the MPs not to vote for Bill 7. And you,
Yes, I was.
And you said by Friday before the vote on Monday, you had how many?
45 MPs who had pledged. Personally, I spoke to a lot of them, and the assurances were there that they would not vote for Bill 7. By Saturday, I was looking for my MP from Kushi. And I didn't manage to get through to him, but somebody got hold of him, and he assured that person he will not be voting for the bill because they had all agreed to stay away. They had all agreed to stay away. And this strategy is not being used for the first time. You remember in 2020, UPND MPs were locked up at some house somewhere to stay away from voting for Bill 10. That was the same strategy that was being applied this time. We will not go to the house because when we are there, intimidations and other things could occur and some people will lose focus. So as a way of saying no, we are going to stay away. And that's why you see most of the MPs who didn't vote, they did not go to the house because that was their agreement. That was the agreement with everyone who was pushing for this agenda, that people should stay away. But unfortunately, we learned that some people were taken to some place, and by 9 hours, they were now seen appearing in the National Assembly. Very, very disheartening, but that's water under the bridge. But what this has done is that it has helped those in opposition to see who to stand with and who to be careful with. I will end my submission there.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Mwelwa.
I want to say to the nation that those who stayed away, it's not because they were trying to avoid anything. It was an agreement that they stay away as a way of saying no to Bill 7.
Thank you very much. Dr. Mwelwa is a political analyst, and for those that may not know, is a spouse to Honorable Given Katuta Mwelwa, and he has just disclosed that he was actually even involved in mobilizing the opposition MPs, and his personality was speaking to up to 45. There was even a pledge that was a signed pledge to the Oasis Forum about a similar number of MPs that would not vote for. So what happened between Friday and Monday? I've got, I think, my dear brother, Donosca Mwanza Pombo, the Catholic priest, our dearest Catholic priest from Italy. Father, please make your contributions.
Thank you very much, Mwamba. Thank you so much. I hope I am audible.
Yes, you are.
Yes, I would like to contribute. And I know it's a tragedy in Zambia, but this is now time to reflect and understand what has happened. There will be time for us to understand what will be the implications of this vote. But let us just reflect on what has happened. I was talking to some of the friends who called me, and I gave them my experience. Honorable Emmanuel Mwamba and the Zambian people are listening. I hope what I'm going to give you as an example can reach our members of parliament, can reach especially the MPs from the opposition and specifically from the PF political party. I've stayed here for almost 30 years in a beautiful country called Italy. So nalanda kumuchibemba, mungu fueko nalanda kumuchibemba, pandofu nalanda tumashui tumotumo. Wali wako delicate so chawama na tulande muchibemba na tumfwane. Na ekala kuno kuchalo almost 30 years. Waloto wale sambila ku university, wale tufunda kono kutufunda kwa ati mfialo mwaisa mu Europe. Muchenjele mwaliwa. Na adama bumba balanda ati wa mafia. Efuna landi lana muchibemba. Solo wale tufunda ku liama philosophy na theology na administration, parish administration. Wale tufunda ati muchenjele. Tekwe bachi abantu awa babi yawe basuma sana mu Europe abantu basuma sana. Nomba mwali wanembutu eshibi balabe no twita ati ba mafia. So chibashane batufunda ati ngawaya nomba. And this happened on me when I went mukubombela ku south. Yeah, in chalo shakulala ndama towns to respect the area. Narona ile kula ku south mukubombela kuno kuchalo. Kula ku south kwali one of ama ba mafia obeni abashupa sana. Nomba afo basaba mafia balana kuchechi elo kuchechi bala pela nendala meshingi wa Mwamba. Bala pela nendala meshingi nomba bale tufunda banu bendonga mwamukubomba. Umuntu ngaisa ku office asa kwebati. Ba father mweshi muleka bila motoka nangu indala mashonsesho mulefu abule ni cheki lembeni kwendala mashonsesho mulefu ai. Ati ngabaise echo muri omusango omulumendo butuka wiyesha no kwesha pantu wala saina contract iya kwebati tawakatali afumapo mpaka nemfwa. So twale ipusha nomba nishi ningakani nokupokenda lama atiawe abo mumfati wa mafia wala tabamonekati ifi bipamenso namasengo awe basuma abantu imwe besa namatai wale smile no kuseka nomba nga basa kukamba tikenda lama mukati mulu pilobe olo wapoka nishi wasaine chilapo 1 tawakalumbulio wakupele 2 tawakalumbule nindala maisha kupele pantunga walumbule fyonsefi chile chilapo wasaine ukayalipira bambi balalipira lamo umulandu n'obumi n'okulusa obumi. So ichi chachitike mu Zambia ine nomba ndefu balaba ma ministers ishalande panonga bali pokenda lama ngata bapoka echo nalabe bafenichi alenda lama esha musangwe fyo shali kwata consequence elo takwabo okubutukamu nga wali bulafye ba MP na mipanda kwa mano lero namukwata enshita yakuba kitumwalapira mwana kubena Zambia mwayazaala mwebene kutumwazala nga mwalipo kafenda lama mwalipanga n'ekilapo bakula mibonfyafi nga balekufa kyo kukubonfya bakakwita isa kuno natukwata enshito yakuba tubombe ukayabo mbatawakakane imwe nangu tamwishibe tamwalefwaya namulapo ekilapo efyo twalelandira mwipoka pali uyu mwamba emana omwamba oyo twalisa isa pano twaisa landa babrani mundubira umfweni abo abantu mwikere na bwabo parani kanye abo bali apo pa press conference ati bali pokenda na mabo bantu wao twalelanda pano batukani ndo batutukensele lekeni shani abo bayabo nombe shenda na mashari kwateko nani kane consequence so bane anyway it's not too late bantu lesa fimo fatu chitala fatu yokutusambirisha ifi mwashitisha ama constituencies yenu abami twele mu parliament mwabashitisha pa chinso cha kwalesa mwabashitisha pa chinso cha bena Zambia mu parliament twaleta mbabonse twami mwona mwawa kwati nikafurunganya kafurunyemba kalaka furunyemba baikete paratikale fo kuruwa president akaindeshirem kalaka furunyemba ko baikatatika ale fo kumulowa eche mwasangu ikeimwe mwasanguka bonsenga fifurunyemba so nomba bane anyway abena Zambia kuti bamiberero oluse muka bashimikire fefo chachitike epo na apela na totela. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's a wisdom from Italy, from Father Oscar Donosco Mwansa Mpombo from Italy. Hello, caller, please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Hello, Bamwamba Mwawombeni, as usual, nameless. Yeah.
Nameless.
Okay, Bamwamba, I'll be very brief. Yes, I'll be very brief. Namulanda Bamwamba kwebati ama election ni process. I'm just going to have wise words. Yeah. Tapati nefa kweba tule landa. Ichi lipofya hapa fwe bantu nomba tulenda ichi mfutwanuma. Tulebwelela kunuma backwards. Elo abantu should not even get used to that ukweba tiyo nififi ne pantu efo chali nelo kwa liba PF efo chaba ne fine chakula ba fine tapati development. The lofye why ama wise words eyo kwete na ino inendela kanda mchema pantu matulela nda msungu tula basana limited. Ama wise word eyo kwete niku kuliba PF ba vice president va fuile va lolesha pa fichitike padilelo no kwishibo kwebati va fuile va chinja amano pantu echombwene ponichile cha kwebati valeya vaya pamula basa valalanda pa ma problems yabo valalanda pa finti file chitika. Why disclosing finti fya msangu filia tabafuili okula chita filia iyo bafuili okuikatana elo nomba abantu abapokele ndalama bashitishe ba PF abashitishe ichalo tabakwata oluse elo pachintu echo bachitire bakapila po tabakwata oluse nangu apanono pantu Zambia they are members of parliament only. Zambia ya ifufwe bantu bonza balelanda ti it's for Zambians. No mama Zambians obalanda it's for Zambians ni ba nani so bafuile ba bekatane bechi befya kuchitabasa lya mano bae kuntanji fyonse na filandikwa amenshi na yetika nangu tulande pali bill 7 tapali foto alaji amenshi na yetika elo chimbi chingacha na chilafo okulanda ndefo okulanda kupali balidi eni mutambo bela abasana emotional ngabale landa pa bantu abakulu pantu nali umfwako kuli yeyo bafunyisha hapa bali lande shibisana no kushoba sana bachikulile tefo chava bali abantu bali pika mufintu bali chula balidye ni mtambo bale kwata ko muchinshi ngabale ngufa balidye ni mtambo bale kwata ko muchinshi bale ishiba ifya kulanda bela bulubusa fye balile ntambu tebakwata mano yo therefore chaba bela aba emotional.
Thank you. Lillian is on the forum. She's listening. If she has any defense, she can call back on that matter.
She can even defend herself.
Yes, Maya. Thank you.
Vibrant.
Thank you, Maya. Thank you. We have another caller. Caller, please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Hello, apani ne regular number bachani wa. This is I've become a regular.
Is this chair from the voice? Is that chair? Chair, Beverly Moore from UK.
Yes.
My dear sister, make your contributions.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to start with the saying that goes. There's a saying that goes, be careful. It is when you think you are at your highest, that's when the devil comes for you. Umo nalosha wakwebati. Today, tonight, even 1 month, 2 months, 6 months from now, the UPND and the President Hichilema might think they're scoring, they've won, they've, you know what I mean? Like, they've achieved, they've beaten. And I'm looking at this and I'm saying, it is when you think you're at your highest, that's when the devil comes for you. You see, what these people have done is create resentment in the people of Zambia against the president. Look, President Hichilema constantly says, why do you hate me? He has not stopped to ask, to say, why did the people of Zambia vote for me? What promises did I make to the people of Zambia? If I fulfilled those promises, I said I'm going to repeal the cybersecurity bill. I did not, but I stiffened it. Could that be the reason why I feel like the Zambian people hate me? Should I change the course of action? So, they say power corrupts. So the UPND administration right now, they think they're at the highest. But it's when the devil is going to come for them. They want to accept this bill, which is an illegal bill, into law. What they don't understand is that this same bill will work against them. Now, to the people of Zambia, Bakalamba Bandi, I've been doing my political analysis for almost 5 years now. And I think I can tell the people of Zambia and say, I told you so. If you remember very well, Bamwamba, time year eligibility case, I said this is not about Edgar Chagwalungu. This is bigger than Edgar Chagwalungu. And we cautioned the PF, the Patriotic Front, specifically, to protect Edgar Chagwalungu. You see, Baka in the Hichilema first started infiltrating the institutions of government, the judiciary, the parliament, the registrar of society, everywhere was infiltrated, and we kept on singing this song. They tried to use these young people to take back the case of eligibility and so on and so forth. When Akainde Hichilema realized to say he's got these judges in his palms, it was home and dry. So he said, if I can change the judgment in the Constitutional Court and these judges can rule in my favor, then I'm home and dry. Hakainde Hichilema preempts what he does, and we tell the Zambian people to say, he's about to do this, he's about to do this. Me, I'm not surprised. What's happening right now, Bakalamba, I'm not surprised. And to be honest with you, I never expected anything less than what the members of parliament did. Ask me why. These members of parliament, you know what they could have done? They would have protected their own president, Edgar Chagwalungu. I remember the video that I remember is when he wanted to work with President Edgar Chagwalungu. It was like he never even had supporters. Shakafuso was not even mobilized. There and then we knew that they were eating Avena Shakafuso. Then I remember Shakafuso UPND. And Edgar Chagwalungu felt isolated. What if you have known where the Sango could have got? So, for me, what has happened, like them signing the bill, these MPs, it's something that I'm not surprised. Because Ngabali to protect constitutional court, including these judges. But that pen by eligibility case, I remember by John Sang, Ngabali Sachitana won. He won the constitutional court to say, if you're from Lefo Kuchita, Mule ona ule chalo. And these are the people that were even against Edgar Chagwalungu, Kunumoko. But when they realized to say, you cannot, a constitutional court cannot reverse its own judgment. There has to be finality to any litigation. That was Johnson was words. And they couldn't understand. There's this notion in Zambia where we come from the same village together, and it is what's killing this country. You could see Speaker Nelly Muti doing what she did, an old speaker doing what she did. It tells you the extent of infiltration from we come from the same, and this is what destroyed our country. These young people don't understand the implications of this Bill 7, including the UPN themselves. They do not understand the implications of this. What this Bill 7, if it is asserted into power, it's not just going to eat the opposition, it's going to eat the UPN themselves, including President Hakainde Hichilema. Because President Hakainde Hichilema, Tanzania, you always have to walk in fear. Which people is he going to address when people resent you? At the end of the day, what comes 10, 15 years from now, even if he rules 20 years, is what we call a revolution. You can only push people too far, Ambassador. So for me, that's why when it happened, I told you, Wakaramba, that I'm at peace. And then when we talk of the MPs and what has happened in Parliament, I want to agree to say this is something, you know, by PFU, you said we are going to rebrand. Why, Monica?
Yes.
This is an opportunity to what? To rebrand. Shirembuto Shibi, Shade Washa, Imbuto Shina Ishuma, Shide Stashani, Shide Soborola. Shide Soborola. Shide Soborola. So, what we need now is to identify the person who can start afresh from where Edgar Chagwalungu left and ask the people, even the structures. So I want to disagree with Chabota. Chabota said PF is dead. PF is not dead, and PF will not die. This is why even today, even when Hakainde Hichilema tomorrow sets this bill into law, he will still continue fighting PF. Ask me why. Because PF Bantu. PF Yaba Mubantu. As long as the structures have not moved, look at what UPND have done to PF. They've ripped it. Left, right, and center. The people are intact. The structures are intact. The structures have not moved. So there's something that Michael Sata built with PF. And it is the belief, that belief of poor people, understanding the suffering of the poor people. It is what's the belief that is holding it together. You can fight, but as long as the structures are intact, let me tell you one thing, a miracle will happen. For me, I feel like it is an opportunity for Ukishimbuto. No kwamba fiyechipechetu fwayo wachaichi. Mamona, ule moving and the technology. Uwishivo for today, pitamo fueva, abaicho for bale pitamo bana mayo, umuntu wa kwata katina kakwalisa, umuntu wa baloyo, umuntu wa ba honesty, umuntu wa kwa batinero wafwa, akakuimirina muchitumbi chobo no kukushita protect. That is why for me, I stand with Makebi Zulu, and I'm urging the young people, women, men, including you, my ambassador, but not your platform. Let us rally with a person we know to say this person is a person that will stand by the country, will stand by the people, and is going to restore, not rule of law. I heard what he said today when he had a press briefing, and that was a powerful, powerful submission. And I would like to urge the people of Zambia to to say more structures bam PF we katana kuchani yo umuntu Makebi let us rally behind Makebi.
Thank you, my dear sister.
We build from there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Beverly Moore from the United Kingdom. She runs a page more, a chair, and thank you for that contribution. Hello, caller, please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Yes, good evening, Ambassador.
Good evening. Just a minute, you are muted. Just a minute, Mama. Just a minute. Let me get you properly. Yes, Mama, make your contribution. Oh, we've lost her. We've lost her. Okay, there's another caller waiting. I'll ask her to call back. Just a minute, just a minute. Hello, caller, please tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
Thank you, Ambassador Mwamba. This is Sinyangwe Dani.
Sinyangwe Dani from Canada. Make your contributions, my brother.
Thank you. Our 3 submissions to make.
Yes.
Mwamba, I totally agree with what Chair Bachelanda. This is a blessing in PF, what happened. But abantu alia ama traitors, we don't want them. We don't want anything to do with them. At the end of it, Mwamba, I feel this is a blessing. Lesa loves us because these are the people who were pretending that they are with us. And then Mwamba, this idea of saying that I represent the people that who voted me. No, before you were voted in, you went into power under the ticket of PF. So you represent PF. You can't say I represent the people first. It's the certificate that was given to you was under PF. Then second, Bamwamba, what I would say is this. I would urge our members of parliament for now, they should absent themselves away from parliament because the speaker is a cadre. How do you go to National Assembly and say we are being represented when you have got a cadre speaker? So for me, let's abstain from even going to the National Assembly because that person showcased that she's a UPND cadre, so there's nothing for them to be going there. Then thirdly, Mwamba, my call is Zambians, let's unite. This is a time not for us to be calling each other names. Let's put Zambia first. And then as we are putting Zambia first, Mwamba, there's no need of name calling. There's need for us to speak with one voice of unity, love, and the voice that is going to take us to redemption. So for me, my age is, yes, I know others support MC8, others support Makebi's, and others Mundubiri, others Balubinda. Let us give each other respect. For me, what I know, Zambia is going to redeem itself from what is happening. There's no need of us to preach bitterness and hatred. One Zambia, one nation. Thank you, Bamwamba. God bless you.
Thank you, Sinyango from Canada. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Hello.
Hello. Good evening.
Hello. Yes. Good evening. Ambassador Mwamba mulifyo mutende.
Kwa ndibani aba?
Bano ni ba Matthews makanta ku Zambia kuno mkwai.
Ba Matthews landeni po bwangu.
Na totela sana. Awe ndefu afyokose ishana Zambia bonse chantan shuti ali mwebena Zambia konse kuntumuli itempera ya Zambia na karia iyo. Na ngwatu akwatu ubwati wakwati bill 7 yapita filuse subiro na karia iyo. 2026 apairi mupepi na tuika tanefye bonse fye mukwai. Watu atingesa funia pobuteko buli bobu aba mafia mukwai. Lelo chikankala chakutila mwentungu shitwakwata muchunga cha PF ikatane ni cha number 1 bonse muikatane mwaikatana bonse chalangu kako kaitula uno kutila ati uyu mulimo ukabombwafe bosika twaikatana ngabekala chalo lotu ilabo kutila ati mweba lipamulu wapo bonse mweba minanga bakateka hapo temwane ni cha number 1 bonse chaba iminina kaite tinda bekutila ati pano mbanga mwate mwana saleni pono muntu umo akwata omutima wakuleta abantu kyapamo nga Dr. Chitaluchilufya fili akwata omutima wakuleta abantu pamo natumauti ati twabuulo Dr. Chitaluchilufya twamubika pali position yabukateeka nga twamubikapo akalanguluka
bane mwali umfwa ati Chitaluchilufya bali supporta bill 7 musha mwali umfwa
natotera sana pali yomwalanda bamwamba wezu lelo ekisinga kyakutila ba Dr. Chitaluchilufya bill 7 tabayisapota okungana information nkwete
yo nebo ndemieva bali votera bill 7
na inofo ndefo na nemwebe na mumunjebe evidence ina mashu nkwete yakutila leta yali kuvota ila session ya namba 2 yafikire ba Dr. Chitaluchilufya tabali mu parliament na kali ayo lelo ya namba 3 yayishire elio bayishire because bali kwete ama issues na ba polisi bali tosa monta ku polisi by the time bali ku polisi basanga bill na bavota abantu abali mukati mu parliament so iyo information iyo iyashtike pa Dr. Chitaluchilufya so tabavotereko
ninkwata emkwa yong na bakesa pa program but ninkwata lisi yo nachiberenga lisi fumine ku parliament bali vota iyo information yako bati bali ya polisi naena yafwako sana because it's one of the reasons I've said that the police were harassing our members of parliament bambibale bapele ndalama bambibale batinya kuri wa police. That information is also very important. Natasha, I've got another caller waiting. Hello caller, please tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
Good evening, Ambassador.
Good evening, my dear sister.
Tandiwe Keti Singoma.
Oh, yes, Tandiwe Keti Singoma, my dear sister, the writer. Please make your contributions.
Okay, so in the contribution, Yandiva Mwamba, but my heart really bleeds to see that Zambia is where it is now. When you are explaining to us, Zambia shibukeni, don't think you are going to have it easy with 2026 Pakuvota. The time is now. HH is putting everything step by step. He's somehow choreographing his way of how he's going to be there forever. But for Zambia to come vote out, we need to start strategizing now. Tatukwetene nshtea kwamba okulanda dawe PF na batuchitefi na bachitefi. The bygones, let them be bygones. Let's sit down and strategize and see how best we can come out of this, because it's now or never. On 12th August, 13th August, that date we ngawina. That is not the day we are going to get our victory. Our victory will start when we start acting now. Let's do what we can do. Lastly, my heart bled when I saw that Honorable Nakachinda has been sentenced to 6 months for describing President HH as an ignorant man. And he has to go in prison for that. Worst, but Douglas Siakadima, who called the people, they have the poverty of the mind, is there and he cannot be prosecuted because then he's a special one. Mwevanto. Ingatualando kwebati ama courts ya Zambia. They are the UPND courts. Are you going to blame us? The courts in Zambia are more like UPND courts. You can't get justice in those courts. Zambia, we can't continue saying let's start speaking now. When there's something that is big, a flying number to speak against it, we go. Protesting is not an illegality. This is our constitutional right. We can defeat this dictator we are making. We are enabling him by just being mukati. People are saying, when we see something bad happening, forget about belonging to this political party or the other political party. Let's be together and rise and speak against those ills. Protest. Last time when he heard that the Oasis Forum were about to protest, he had to bring those people he called, those ministers he said they're from the Catholic Church. That no, these are men from the Catholics, those ministers, the Lufumas and all of them. What made him do that? But we're enabling him by not doing what we can do. A protest, a peaceful protest, is not an illegality. This is our constitutional right. We have all the powers. We are enabling a dictator. The time we want to rise, it will be too late. It's now or never. It's now or never. There will be no Zambia to talk about. We need to amplify our voices. If we say today a peaceful protest, let's all be together. Not to where were the other opposition leaders and members? And what HS does not want, it doesn't want the media, the international publicity. It doesn't want people from outside Zambia to see what is happening in Zambia. He doesn't want that. And he will try by all means to ensure that Zambia left the cover. So that the outside world does not see that Zambia has almost turned into a dictatorship. So we have to publicize HH's use. We have to. When it means to protest, not because we're going to defeat this one. But SP, let's all forget about these parties. Let's do things together. There's power in unity. This is the only way we're going to defeat this person. Not who you want to say, it will be too late, and there will be no Zambia to talk about. We have to rise to the occasion now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Tandiwe Keti Singoma, an author and writer, very prolific writer. She makes good contributions. Hello, caller, please tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
Good evening, Ambassador.
Bamunkonge mwa bombeni.
Mkoa Ambassador kwena ine pali fyonka FPTKF ndero mbako fyagana Zambia bushe bakeruka lirali ukwishibo kwebati tutekwa na bamukuru bushe nikwali bakabwala utemo kumona leyi bakabwala ngakumona tuwamona leyi bakya kwipano kwipaya. So what is important kubena Zambia fondebe takofeni amwabura omuntu ichipondo mure chivika nga techipondo parasti kumipaya. So what is important kubena Zambia tufetwa iruka twamona bushe ntype ya government ile tuteka na tuishibo kweba ngupingarande filishani taba umfwe nomba trefu atsende ya rama characters ya government isuma ifyo inga misende ule kwa musende na pali ba government abatechibo umfwe kuli oro chimbiwa mwamboto ndero mbako kuba neso abakwata ama platforms na ba sister abachuma ba sister nga wafayo mwana taki asumina yakwa bafe nombole mukwa fyole mufwa byali sumina ole mukwa bama cape zero bali bopokerera ku cyaro cyonse. So ngashi yandi apanumba mwomfya strategy ukwata ama network yakwichiba tina mistako encourage kuri bamwambate tindande sana bantu ya hebo kustako tina bamwamba sisa abantu abana abashupa imwe abantu mwe bali kona ama followers abengi kitenda identify kusheni nani mwara bomfya kuwa kula kusheni nani mwara bomfya kumonze mwakwata kwa ma communication yapa ma WhatsApp pakwe bati bara abantu muri bashitako update barara bena abantu barashitako abantu bajina bena ma update ili ashinga lirendera pamo ne chalo twaramona kwati twarachimfya para turero lero kwe bati ba opposition tabara chitaso bifino turera nshanyapa twachitako na ma outlet right ba mayo kwa kaputa na bena bashitako connect kura kwa kaputa limbya abali 10 na bena bashitako connect firafina ili ashirire stashani ile alire ya kuma WhatsApp na ngwa right alaya ma message kutumwa asanga ile ashi watotosha ko bamwamba na foto atotosha ko na bambi na foto atotosha ko na bambi pako bachinshita yonse turera inshanyaro nkashandu isakamana bamake zuru bali bapokerera ku bantu bali sumina so pali no shita bonfya strategy mbi baraba ko asuka balia bamibira fyamano ababantu ababali chenjera sana bale shiboko batinga bakutendeka warambo kuranda muri firafinyorera nda barafunyamo amashu ya moya kwe batite arengara amake zuru nomba bambo ko bashtataki kuri ababene bamukukuru bayisura pama media paso nkashandi forget about kubonga ngo wasanga na baranda bo bashanyuko wira baposa kona mano bamake zuru bali bapokerera ku bantu bakwalisa no kubarombera bale barombera ko lyonze so bafueni ko wabare mshtataki mwira bakuposa kwa mano ta nangu mwisaka manefya kwe batyo ababa bastate tureke n'abanensu bambya barekeni baresta campaign badi umuntu ngana sontwa nishina sontwa ababa mbi barekeni nabena baresta campaign ishtaikeza afika barabene nabena bakasora bakesa ku muntu uarasarwa nombanga tuamgo kupusana tukeza ya ikarashani munga ndaimo so kula bakofe badi bamakepi zuru nabapokererwa afye bwino nkashyanjwira sakamana no kuposa energy mukushita protect bamakepi zuru bomshako strategy mbi tumone nombofo twaraisura abantu b'imito bantu abantu mu Zambia ukufika na ino ishitata barashiningisha kwe batekwa na ba mafia ofyo baba ngawa sango filofilo bachiraro ndorora badia bambya babe na mpizi muremo naba chimpwena chabona chibareterera bambiri mbere mpya tabarire kwe chimpwena cyo baripira bantu ba mafia bari chenjera ngabamona na okosa imbi warali akwaka kulunga ta okosera filofilo ngabamona na upwarara barabo mfyo kupwarara kobe parasti kuti bakubepesha no kubepesha tibali kupere mpia so abo abayimwena na kuntanshi mukamona fikesa chitika so please na ma information yambi twira yavika sana pamiti ofuna arandira nawe na ma WhatsApp wa chair tonton kanyeni po fast wa chair patufikire pali sana very sensitive yambi amali ashtari fwa kwa ile mfika na pa social media lekeni yambi okurapya ngerungu firerungu lipira panshu muliro nisholeya bomsheni kwa ma strategy wa chair weso ababantu aba bali pererwa so every time bali ba napapene turera ndaso bale kutikafye ukumfu abushoyo fyaranda chara abashani ifota tureya okubarusha pantanshi mufoto aranda na KRS Yesu twasanga kitwaireterera bonse fena ba PF ama leaders bali inonshita ama press conference ule panga press conference ya kwebati checks and balance trafine bachipanga ba makepi zuru parata pali bayemu 24 po bengengirira nombali ama press conference ya kwebati milango munobe takwaswike wino awe tuyareke nangu pariko
Wamunkonge, Natasha, thank you, Wamunkonge. They can Alokola, please tell us your name and tell us your name and where you are calling us from. Bashmalan Mwabuela Futi. Oh, it was precious. Oh, wonderful. London po wangu. Okay, thank you very much. Hello, caller, please tell us your name and where you are calling us from. Hello, caller, please tell us your name and where you are calling us from. Hello, caller.
Hello, good evening, Ambassador.
Good evening, my dear sister.
Yes, Ambassador, sorry. I would like to make a contribution, and I think I will make it very simple and straightforward.
Yes.
Some will be questions, and I will not refer to names, but I'll actually put you as an analog in my presentation.
Mm-hmm.
First thing first, If we follow what the HH was saying before, remember when he presented his speech, one of the speeches that he presented in Parliament, he said there are lacunas in this constitution that will make you stay for 7 or 8 years without having elections. Do we remember that? We should go back to history. Next, Ambassador, he was presenting, I don't know, some play, I think it was at State House, where he said, maybe I don't need your votes. I hope, Ambassador, you remember those words.
Yes.
Yes. So he has a sequence of sayings that he's been telling us Zambians. There are lacunas. You can stay 5 to 7 years without elections. Maybe I don't need your votes. And Zambians, we actually rose to that to say, how can the president tell us to say he doesn't need votes for us who voted him? Now you explained something at this podium this evening when you started appealing to Zambians. So say, Zambian, let me appeal to you. These are the consequences. And now, if they are not able to put 1 and 2 together to say, oh, that is the reason he said we can stay for 7 years, we are going to a point where I was asking myself, why is he so much in a hurry to sign the bill tomorrow when he is supposed to have 21 days before he can sign the bill? I don't know. You can educate me on that one, Ambassador. He's so much in a hurry. Why? These are the things we are saying. Come tomorrow when people hear that actually there are no elections, because remember we're talking about delimitation here. Yesterday I talked about the same thing to say delimitation. What are the processes that need to be done for us to have a very what is this? Well, the alignment. They need to send mappers in the field to go and demarcate those constituencies that you're talking about. And then you also need to go back and sit in the office, say, okay, the data for this area is this, the data. And then we go back to the voter registration. We now have to harmonize and synchronize all these processes. So how much time do you need for that? Do we have money? Is the 2026 budget catering for that? If not, yes, we'll have the Minister of Finance go back to Parliament and ask for supplementary. Maybe those are the issues they're dealing with. So when you educate the Zambians on some of these implications of what is happening, they don't even want to understand. The lacuna of 7 years, it may come to pass, Ambassador, where we may not have elections in August. Also, we may have changes to the term limit. I asked yesterday, what are the things that have gone in the Bill 7, which we have not been told? The term limit of the mayors and the town clerks or the chairpersons. What would stop them being saying, okay, we have the term limit for this, it will also apply to the president? What will happen to that? They're not thinking of all those things. And when you say, it's like we are just singing. Ambassador, I also want to disagree with one caller, I think Chabota. Chabota said he has done so much education on this Bill 7 since March. I would not agree to him as him being alone. Let's take responsibility and say it has been collective responsibility. You have done excellent on that effort. If it wasn't for your platform, we could not have been talking here. Where are the people learning the issues about Bill 7? It's here. It could even at least appreciate you as a person. When Pumi and her team, they have done a tremendous job. They started in March to today. When Pumi is still talking about Bill 7, chair of Voice of Zambia, she has done tremendous work. So Chabota should say, we've done what we could. All those who've spoken, Tandiwa Ketis has written, I don't know how many articles. Everybody has been there. There was this forum. So it has been a collective agreement as a team. We've tried what we can. We did our best. Those who've spoken against Bill 7, not as one person as Chabota. That is my disagreement. The last contribution, Ambassador. If this Bill 7 didn't go through, and you, Ambassador, you were the one with those MPs today, if this Bill 7 didn't go through, do you know that you could have gotten the glory to say, look, I made sure that the Bill 7 didn't go through because I had MPs with me. But because Bill 7 has not gone through, you, Ambassador, you have refused to take responsibility to say, no, it's not me. It's supposed to be this. That is my last contribution. I don't want to mention names. I'll leave it like that. Thank you, Ambassador, for giving me this opportunity.
It helps. Thank you, my dear sister. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from. Hello, caller.
Hello.
Yes, caller.
Hello, Bamwamba Ninevo Mwanza kufuma ku Lusaka.
Bamwanza from Lusaka, make your contribution.
My contribution is very big. In here, I just want to ask, because I know that our opposition, they came up with one alliance, Tonsi Alliance. But from what we're seeing, there's so many, it's like all the political parties, vale iminina next year, everybody, vale iminina patiket ya political party yabo. So in my appeal, Mwamba, to all the opposition parties, since they formed that alliance, why can't they come up with a leader so that we all rally behind that one leader? Because can you imagine, once maybe even 10 people, we are going to split the votes next year. We are not thinking about that. But we are going to give a chance to UPND. We're saying to Bafumiepo. But if we are splitting our votes, PF now FDD, the votes will be split. And then mukesa sangokutila tiba UPND bakwacha majority votes bawine futi babwelelapo. So the reason why they formed the alliance, let us go back and just put everything else aside and say, can we come up with one leader so we all rally behind that one leader? Momo Nefeba win 2021 by UPND because they were the biggest opposition party, against PF, and they won. But if everybody has got their own supporters, we need to sit down as opposition and really think about this thing, Bamwamba. Otherwise, next year by UPND, we can give them chance to win a foot. So that is my contribution. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I've got a caller waiting. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Good evening, Ambassador Mwamba. This is Lilian Mutambo.
Oh, Lilian Mutambo. There was a caution from the other lady. I don't know if you heard her advice to you. So I said, let Lilian, if she's listening, let her call back.
Honorable Mwamba, the person who was speaking should not even advise me on this social media platform, because she has used our social media platform to disrespect Honorable Brian Munduwile and propagate propaganda on social media that is part of the UPND project. Now, I have been a UPND member. I have links, I have connections, and I know how to get information if I want to find out if somebody belongs to the UPND. It's okay if people want to promote their candidate, Emmanuel Mwamba, but the disrespect towards Brian Munduwile, when it started, I even contacted PF leadership, they ignored. That same disrespect continued. Now, tell me, if a member of parliament is seeing somebody who lives in the diaspora, who doesn't understand the sufferings of the Zambian people, is busy propagating lies about somebody they look up to, and the PF leadership is looking at her, speaking every day, and they've never stopped her, do you expect the MPs to listen to that person? She is a major contributor to many things, including the death of Dr. Edgar Chagwalungu. Even the candidates that they are trying to promote on social media, you can promote them. But I've seen
No, Lily, let me just guide. I think the caller...
The advice was about me talking about the leadership.
Yes, the lady that called...
The leadership...
Yeah, just a minute, Lily.
It's the leadership.
Yeah, just a minute. I think very good that you are saying you've tried to speak to the leadership, that people should not speak against the other. But the lady that called is a non-political person. I will give you the number. Maybe you guys can talk, because the way you are saying, you are speaking like you know the person who called. You may not know. But I think I have the number of the person that called. She's a non-political person. She's a regular caller here. And she advised. I think for me, in attending to this, is that we all follow my guidelines, that we shouldn't attack any of the leaders. We can promote our candidate without attacking the other candidate. That would be the decent thing to do. And I'm glad that you are saying you've tried to reach out to the leadership, that all of us can have a decent campaign.
Even the day of the Bill 7, I called Honorable Given Luinda, most of the leaders, even Dr. Copeland, who won one call, Honorable Munduwile. We had a conference call. I even tried to call you, Honorable Mwamba, so that we can speak about this, because people were depressed that day. And instead of blaming oh, it's because Munduwile, his MPs, they betrayed us. Everybody was just saying, how do we move from here? It was a big blow to the Zambian people. But people wanted to start blaming one person who is not even a leader of opposition. And we tried to send that message. Even Honorable Harry Kalaba can tell you this as well. Him too, he received calls from people who are trying to blame on Honorable Munduwile. It's not fair. So if the leadership had put this 10-1 to say, look, these are our candidates, do not go on social media and start saying UPND is sponsoring this person. And that's why the problem has been. And when somebody who's a sympathizer like myself, who's been part of the UPND, I'm telling you to say, what I've noticed about the PF, you have not mastered HH. HH knows all your plans. Is infiltrated people there who come back and say, this is a strong person. Let's start saying that we work with this person. And I've tried to say this quietly outside media, that be careful of how you are condemning these people. Imagine how Bino felt his best friend Kangombe. He was so upset, he couldn't believe it. So how do you blame Brian Munduwile for the 23 MPs when Chawinga yesterday he clarified to say all the MPs, I have an agreement with them, I signed an agreement with them, and I will adopt them. But people wanted to shift the blame. Even in the comment section on this platform, they were saying the same thing. Oh, Munduwile is a sellout. How is he a sellout? How many MPs did the leadership of the Patriotic Front call for a meeting? I asked for, is there any letter that was sent? Celestine Mukandila sent me a general letter. And I said, this is not what you do. You send letters to each constituency, you name the person, let them sign that they've received the letter and stamp it. That's how you do it. For the PF leadership, there's crisis. And Zambians are confused because we were hoping that PF would redeem us from Hakainde Hichilema. But from what is going on, the PF themselves are fighting for one position. There can only be one president. And secondly, we know who is the strongest candidate. Even though, because I support that candidate, and if I mention here to say Brian Munduwile is the strongest candidate, the PF will be fighting me to say, how much has he paid you? Oh, your UPND project.
No. On this project, I mean, on this program, you can say your candidate. I have never stopped any person can say their candidate.
My candidate is Brian Munduwile because, think about it this way. How can somebody who's not a leader of opposition, he's not even a minister, he's not even a HH project like they claim, manage to influence 22 MPs? It's not a joke. It's not a joke. He should have even been celebrated with champagne. Champagne and celebrate him, say, Honorable, thank you. HH, during Bill 10, he called all the MPs to his house. They went to his house. And when Bill 10 fell, it was live streaming. That was a dance, they were dancing. Did any of the leadership of PF offer their house? Most of these MPs of PF were quarantined. Flown in from Lower Zambezi, according to the allegations, brought into Parliament. No one had access to them. No phone calls. If your MP can come out of your cage, then there's no leadership there. There's a crisis. So, since June, Sangeni leader. Even if the person is a representative of the party that can gather these people together, believe it or not, Ramwamba, what happened on the 15th, to be honest, it has really embarrassed the Patriotic Front. When people say PF is dead, they don't mean that the structures are dead. No, it's the leadership crisis. Kumulu. But background, PF is intact. We speak to people. Me, I'm a grassroots politician. What do? We'll go to social media and cry. Because that's the only place where we can go to cry to say, advice, I are free.
Yeah. No, thank you very much, Lily. My appeal to all of you that have candidates, I can give you as much room as possible to speak about your candidate. Just don't disparage the other. For me, that's a rule here.
I don't. If you go to my page, I just celebrate my president. I share. You see, There are some conversations that even I were to say here, you would even be shocked why people are angry that I'm calling Mundubile as a president. One of the PS leaders told me that. Why are you calling Mundubile your president in my presence? Well, he's my president, and I see him as a president. And as long as people do not listen to this advice, what we don't want is just once Zambians, okay, say Salafi, after the president. Why? Because Zambians now offer Fukushi. You've seen what Zambians can do. Zambians are protest voters. They did that to the Patriotic Front. They will do that to Hichilema in 2026. If you remember, even between musicians, you've seen how they voted for a musician who won 5 awards when he had not even a proper album. Why? Because they wanted to teach another musician a lesson. So if the Patriotic Front are still playing games, mind games, another leader will emerge from any other party and the Zambians say, Wala papena. All they want is out from Hakainde Hichilema.
Thank you, Lily.
So
thank you.
Should not shift the blame on me, like, oh, it's because I said this. No. There's a leadership crisis which all of us we have identified, and it's giving people a headache. The comments, people are really concerned. When I look at Chavinga, I'm asking myself questions. How did the Patriotic Front, a mighty party of 10 years in government, allow that guy to take over the party? It's a joke, Ramam.
No, it's Hichilema. It's not Chabinga. It's Hichilema. It's Hichilema.
And you know what? You know what? When we are playing with government machinery, we should be smarter than them. PF has been in government. They should know that government machinery, PF, even if they go to court in January, in February, so what do? We move quietly and not start fighting people and saying, we then project we project in most of the parties, even NCP, I personally advised on conference calls on WhatsApp to say, NCP, now what has happened? What has happened now? I kept on saying, let us work with KBF quietly. Let us help. His party was fresh. At least he's a PF, you can trust him. Now look at what is happening. Everything is in shambles.
Thank you, Lillian.
People, they are benefiting from this mess. Because now they are saying, look, kuna confusion, is any panel. You are welcome here. And the PF, thank God, they are intact. But how can we have lost sheep without leadership? The leadership crisis needs to be resolved urgently. Mama Inonge, please. I'm begging you, Mama. Try to sort out this mess. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Hello, good evening, Ambassador Mwamba.
Good evening.
Manani masukwa kaputa mkwai.
Kaputa mkwai mulishani yolanden pwedi ashididi akula.
Tulishe wino bakaputa bula ushiko mushinga waponene setwakwetene fyakulanda kumfokti n'abana besu imisepeleo twakwatira mweye subiro ati abatule kusha bwino bakangombe mwana wesu kangombe aho shuwa atele mukasi atele ntenda namba apa ponse kushonse kwisa mwaleta baba guest abana ilandile poshwiri mwelo kwali ba KBF na bahari kalaba na basangwa. I can remember abatatu ukulanda ati ba opposition to apapata ikataneni balili na baba fuma balelanda bache bati UPND was the largest opposition. Okay, yes it was, but bali utukila bonza much more political, opposition parties via ikatilila ba UPND. Ba UPND epakuwina. Imiaka 1920 yalipita. Apo bemni nabeka against ba PF bali, against ba MMD bali lushile, against ba PF bali lushile kuli ba sata balusa na kuli ba lungu elo ba isalu win in 2021. Nomba ba MMD yo ba Hichilema power ukupoka kuli ba UNIP. Bamwamba tell us some history. Usheba MMD as a movement, bali kwete alliance that they kicked UNIP out of power. Nangu alliances yambili okwisa. We know in history yala bako yali bako, but UNIP takwali first. So nomba pa niba MMD niba PF bashite kwata alliance. I think na ba MMD or some members of MMD ba UPND leero nangu baleetwanga balepanga efiru bw'omwabula n'ensoni where the speaker Vanelli Muti baleshana mu parliament showing that network UPND. Not that I'm working as an independent member of the government fear. Ndi wa political party ya so and so. Nchishi abatwala muli buli obufumu, muli buli obuteeko, pali kire kipuna. Ni alliance. Nde bushapo bamsoni ni wa party president mosha ishweshina bati after a UPND ya some office bamsoni balililile sana okusanga ati alliance ya teka ba ya UPND mu presidency tabakwete kwa kapunana ngukamo mu government takwali au basontere kwa mu alliance aba ishlefu mane chumi okulondolola ifo tabai kaliri okwikalira mu alliance ni ba KBF ba KBF ba bebere kuri ba UPND president ba hakainde ati chitadi mobilize ichipani chobe nala kupera kapoto muno mu buteko ba KBF ba kanatawe nine wa party president tetinchitev. Number let's go back to each on delo le shapo kuma governments ya kufiaro kumifo tuwa manapo nga yaba ni alliance nga kwaba party mo pakti take and another one or with another one nga kwaba alliance bala so ntapo abantu bose aba muri government political party na political party we haven't seen it muri ba kainde after having been helped by alliances katushinga yali yanga yengi sana fi nomba apa tuafika tule nomba ba KBF bonse twali ba pushepo basangwa na ba chirusha ba chishala kateka na be pushepo na bwana tibushe kuti mwasubino kubomba nefi panfimbi abati bonse bajisubino kubomba nefi panfimbi nomba munene akashitaka ya bashibantu na bana bantu tamule yampani na pamo ukupakanya intungulu shimo no kuichita federe consolidate uklanda ati ndio mukalate kabane mukese ibusho bumufumine ama MPs ya ukuno pantu kabini alliance na mpange chipani chimo chishi chileko selokti abantu bonse abalela ndo kwebati yo tukaba tuli mu alliance batabale kumana tatumfuile pati bayimiko yumuntu oke twali umfu amafia za tuyomke emika nimbe ba UPND bakamufailo mulandu mpaka bakamuikate. They will keep doing that. Bantu chintu cho mufiro kusumina fe wonse abena Zambia konsoko muli irrespective of which party muleso binishako ba kainde vena ba imini nafe pakwe bati ifi panifionse ku talala ero bapange one party state if you chilanda bankashini so abachilanda before baliri ni kulanda ati you alliance balela ndati by we may go for 7 years ukwabula aba elections. I don't mind your votes if you amsangoyo nicho beshiba tibale panga mafunde aya bulokulondoloka aya kukanati tuivota aya kukanati tuli twapembele state ali umsangoyo efo ba kainde ba iminapo monene ba kainde ababa muntu wa chilumba wa kupembela ama elections at kabansa ya abantu abanteminwe abamwene milimo yandi mbombere nga kuti basonta popali fimo nga bali tekanya bapembela that opposition political party yonse na yikalife because hakainde himself UPND abamo yaya mbeni shemMD teka Henderson mazoka batampa bachirubata bale tabai Kenya ida political party we know kwali chitike fya wena dini muomba yashidi mbidio but still by UPND wibaisa ikatiri laba hakainde aba itampire takwali wali ba nalanda pochibe papa balibera Zambia bosoko mulimu kwai takwali wali bakanya bale ya fientashi mpaka bafika napo bali basa sanga na favor ya other small political parties ati ba UPND bakulisha let's rally behind them twatwale until tufumie ba PF de chimsango chabwe ichakadarism mwamene bai katana bonse batungirira ba UPND after kubatungirira baisai temwatu babikire ponango probably echilengela abantu bonse abama small political parties yambi that don't even have seats in parliament today compared to PF ukuba resistant nokupalama pali chinshi ichi chintu chile itwa alliance lelo ichishinga chenana ngubonse ba political party presidents move opposition mukwati oyo mwenso the truth is palwen femweka you will not combat and win UPND. Mwane ni kwele by elections kukatete opetauke when we added, let's have a follow figure. Our elections, our votes here, small political parties, opposition, added together. To us, like they were more than UPND as a ruling political party. A good indication that at whatever stage much they rally together in our opposition, you are more than able to bring down by Beni Hakainde.
Thank you, my dear sister. Wakaputa sondweleleni.
So icho tulelomba chakutila ababa opposition bonse bagwesheni tubebe nakabiri ukutila guys weshanyeni ipekanyeni ukwebati mwema political parties katushinga mkama kwa cabinet ministers na fimbi na opposition party leaders fimbi but ngamlefa afyo kwikalila imo mweka ati mwalate kalero tamwamusa shepo akainde nishimwatu sta disappoint fema Zambians tifo bafanya ababa lese fya mu parliament ba PA ba speaker. That's not the kind. I am quite thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
My name's Natasha.
Natasha, make your contributions.
Okay.
Make your contributions.
Contribution yandia kwebati mwen maridazi. Ination de miromba nde romba mwikatani. Because ngata mwikatene ifintu kwena tapari yoko fialaya. Elo secondary nde irishanya kofechi mukuli mwentu ngurushura imano mwamba mkwai. Ero mule umfu abantu bakopa belt balanda pari ba chitaru chirufya mkwai mule putula. Tamule bapera chance ya kumfofo balelo ndolola. Nefyo bale ipusha mule baputula bwangu so cho nachisaka manana ati bini erida abantu namuleta ku bantu ko bati balande ku kafintu era abantu baisoko bati balande ku muntu ngurushi mwachibana okulabo mfwa
iyo ma tapale omputuire nachibepusha feri ashati namwishi bati bachirufya bali vota bill 7 basa yasuka na bali bachisaisa basa ndati nendefo abachitufya ebachiputula bene.
Okay. So if we according if you now we okwe bati bachirufya tabavotere ko bill 7
mwaumfuire kwisa
tabavotere ko bill 7
mwaumfuire kwisa mayo
okona umfuire nimukumona pe kwena mukumfofo na umfuire nero nali ko nka bill 7 eko bale vota abantu nali umfuire ko batawe tabavotere ko bachitaru bali basendere bali le police.
Oh,
so
okay. Okay. You're Natasha Mayo. Thank you very much. Oh, I can see Queen Pumi is calling, but before Queen Pumi, there is just this call that has been persistent. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
Yes, Richard. Good evening. How are you?
But Richard, mumwachiba pano mwabwela.
Yes, I just want to clarify the reason why I have back. The reason is simple. You are not fair, Mr. Mwamba. Because if someone just mentioned the name of Dr. Chitalo, you cut him or you cut her.
Mwachilanda pari wa Chitalu chirufya landeni. Aba lero le labafula ngamlepo kulanda pari wa Chitalu landeni po.
No. Ndiko kulandefi. You just be
awe landeni pari wa candidate wenu.
Yes, so kitamule kutula balumbula ba Chitalu tamule chitabu ino.
He wants to lecture me, I'll cut him. Hello, caller, please tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
Hello, co-host Mulishani.
My dear sister, bale nkalipira wa bachitalu chirufya ati yonde waputula. But wale kumpela lecture, they should speak about the candidate. Let them speak about the candidate if they wish to.
Exactly. Exactly. So thank you for having us. I just wanted to say that the disappointment here today with PF MPs, all of the MPs, not only PF, all of them, 135 MPs. We are disappointed. And for me, I think we should blacklist all these MPs, never to see the corridors of power again. And I think failure is failure. If you are given an opportunity to lead and you don't deliver, that is failure. So let us not compromise Zambia. Let us be steadfast and stand on excellence. Let's stand on excellence. And give me a little bit of time because I want to speak about what will change Zambia. Now, if you look, since the UNIP days to the MMD days, we have had a crop of leaders who don't go there to change Zambia. That's why after 61 years of independence, our country is in shambles. What is the common denominator? It is the caliber of the leaders that we have. So for me today here, as I sit and think, and I am kind of happy in a way that this thing has happened to expose the bigger problem in Zambia, which is the caliber, the characteristics of the politicians running governments in the last 30 years, I would say. So the solution here is to sit down and kusala Hichilema rice. This is an opportunity to weed the bad politicians out of our system. Otherwise, by UPND can come and rule for until 2090. It will take Zambia back because of the crop of the leaders. So, I think Zambians should come together and put aside this thing of a political party, but select a group of politicians who are what's the word? Who are not traitors, loyal, who are there to serve the people, not where you have a politician. Umulumendo mwaiche. I have to feed my children and my family and my wife. That is an insult. Because you're a member of parliament, you went there to serve the people. So I think Zambia need to go back to the drawing board. We have realized these political parties are a way to divide and rule us. So I think let's just start a new way of doing politics. And let's do a background check of anyone who wants to stand as parliamentarian, councillor, because not to monarchy. Our government, most of them, they have criminals, they have cases. They are going for political roles to protect their businesses, so they cannot be prosecuted from their crimes. This is what government has been reduced to. It's been reduced as a place for where criminals can seek shelter. For their criminality, they are exchanging to be a betrayer, to infiltrate political parties so they can sleep in the bed, while a young boy, Waiba Cabbage, can be sentenced for 5 years. So this is my contribution, is just to ask Zambians to reset the mentality and let's go behind a leader who is loyal and patriotic to build a better Zambia. Otherwise, with this group of politicians where people are going in parliament because they bought an adoption certificate, because now they don't pay taxes, so because of tax evasion and whatnot, they infiltrate to betray Lungu and the entire country. We are going nowhere. And finally, I just want to pray for you, Ambassador Mwamba, for bringing us together. And I want to speak to Lillian. She's my sister. Lillian Ulimwaiche Wandi, I'm asking you to just respect people as you speak. Some of the words that you use on your platform, you are a mother. You are a woman of God. You claim you sign. I see your post, you sign woman of faith. Woman of faith, Lillian Mwaiche Wandi. The words that you use left much to be desired. This is not the politics that we should be practicing. As women, what role model, what example are we setting to the young ones, Lillian? Well, it's some masters. What a master's degree in human rights. So, F words. MPs. God will deal with them for the betrayal they have done to Zambia. But you are in no place to using F words to people's fathers, to people's husbands, wives. No. And this is the problem in Zambia. We don't call out people. And people are cheering, Lillian, you are a iron lady. You are a iron lady, but you are using F words. You are a woman of God. In a Papanuari in Tukana.
You have disrespected me, Lillian, for nothing. Just because I choose to support my own candidate. These are the core issues that we need to address and call out. We are not going to sugarcoat things. Lillian, you are a vibrant, whatever politicians, you claim you have millions of followers, but that does not give you the right to be calling people F words. So I end there. But the Zambians, let's go back to the drawing board and let's quite busy. We can't trust politicians.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your sincerity. Queen Pumi has asked Lillian to respect other people. She's the second one. And I think my plea comes down to the same thing. Colleagues, I have not chosen a candidate yet. I'm yet to choose a candidate. I've said I'm going to pick a candidate. They might come from the PF and they might come from anywhere else. And I've urged all of you that participate in this process that as you make your contribution, don't disparage other candidates. The other week, I was being accused that I was sidelining candidates for Brian Mundubile. This week, I'm being accused that I'm sidelining speakers or callers for Honorable Dr. Chitalo Chilufya. I see who is calling. If you are going to use one line to call me, I have to protect the integrity of my program. So I may not give reasons why I am making the decisions I am making, but I will not allow people to manipulate my process. That is why the line is open for people to call. It should be open, but don't manipulate the process. Certain decisions I take are for the integrity of my program. This program will live beyond your candidates. This program is a national program. So I've got two callers waiting. Let's see who is on the line. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Hello.
Yes, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from. Mwembira ya Mushtaba Yaskila, make your contribution. The other caller should wait. Please wait. Let's pick this. Yes. Mbira ya Mushtaba Yaskila, make your contribution.
Oh, thank you. It's on the Lombako Kuena Zambia, Kuikatana. It's into Karamba feature on the Lombako, Pantua Pepo today, and there are Bamwambaweso, Tapao Poene. Ngapintu mumwene ama MPs beswa wengi na batuchita disappoint sana abantu abakutila ati twali bachetekele ero nomba bamulya mu parliament bamukuchita efintu fya musango filya kila kintu mwandi nokulanda fe chinka twabena Zambia na chitukali paba mwamba apali icho ine chinto cho nalata shako bino mpundu ngeta shako na bakapyanga pakwimini na apa swika apa kusabai mini na muri uli ya musango na fintu muishi hapa twanikane hapa lirupia babino mpundu musepela bakapyanga musepela ichabu tatu ngeta shako na Brian Mundubile na lea konka ama Brian Mundubile ama meetings yabo peace ero bale kwata ama meetings yabo aba bale konkomesha apo bonse fe bali ama MPs ukutira tichi bill 7 tukachivotela ngato troje Brian Mundubile ni ba MP kwata bena kapyanga bonse bali mwamona te nomba nibali abantu abakutira ati bena ukwisa kolongani kama MPs banabo nokubakanya ila bill 7 so na palichi ndeta shaba Brian Mundubile mwebena Zambia futi na isa kulimu ukumikosere shako kutira ati tempera ya fintu fyonse mwebena Zambia ndemwe banati tempera ya fintu fyonse mwishina lyako wa Yesu Kristo kumya fetchinga fetu mfu abufwa bimule twerera kono kutwerera komo cause chile tukalipa
sondweleleni
ba muamba imwebe ne ba muambe fe muchulire namuchula pamakka yonso okutira ati tufumyepo UPND lero efishire mukuchitika afya kutira ati abantu bambi bambukula which is not good. So mwebe na Zambia bonse to tempera ya fintu yonse in short mwandini. Munjereko ndiko emotion panono palishi nonshiku mlandu wa kupisha chibi U7 so nshirelanda sana na apita mkwaya.
Thank you very much. Hello caller, please tell us your name and where you are calling us from, and thank you for waiting.
Ambassador Mamba. My name is Mlenga. I'm calling you from California.
Mlenga, make your contribution.
Sure. Very quickly, straight into it. I want to just commend you for the work that you have done and the resilience that you have shown. You've shown over the months, weeks, and you keep going even when stones are thrown at you. You keep doing what you're doing, and this is all in the love of the country and in the best interest of your children and everybody's children in our country. For the love of the country, I should say, you're doing this. Secondly, I would like to urge Lydia and Mutamu to throw her feet on her profile and not bring it to other podcasts. Thirdly, Fred Membe said something, I think earlier this or late last year. At iyo pamushi paingire nkalamu, no yo kweto umulandu fesi barawubika pambali, tiye nituikatane, turuishe ichirwani chingire pamushi. Ulo tuwarabishe ichirwani chingire pamushi tuachifunya. Then we'll get back to those problems and try to sort them out. Right now, the opposition has to come together. They should all put their egos aside and come together. Talking on podcasts like this is not going to help. You have all been shown how much disregard these guys have towards the Constitution. Even the court rulings. This is somebody who says, no, JJ can do a revisit. And we've seen that was an indicator already. Look at where we are today. What makes everybody think that when we go another 5 years or 7 years or whatever years they want to propose this leadership, more laws will not be abrogated? We should not stand aside Zambia, especially politicians, because you guys are charged with defending the Constitution. You need to come together in the interest of Zambians to protect the Constitution of the land. Bill 7 is under the water. Let's look forward. I thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, my dear brother. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
I'm calling from Zambia, Ambassador.
Thank you.
And my point is on Dr. Chitaluchi Rufia. The reason why I'm supporting Chitaluchi Rufia, I'm looking at his track record. He's humble. He can come and heal us. And he's not a noise maker, just as we see other camps are saying. And I'm just trying to advise him, together with you, Emmanuel Mwamba, as our ambassador, to come and work together. Let's make a concrete team. Let's not be biased. Let's work together, just as other people are saying, especially us PF. Ambassador, you are doing very well. You should give us chance to talk to our candidates. All of us who are supporting each other. Amasitskan twale yomfira ku UTH. This time mulesa muchimwe mumansa mukawambwa muleba amasitskan. Mushakwena fwe bantu techitrole shape. Tungilele mwema Zambianzi Dr. Chitaluchi Rufia. Mweba ba doctor banabo munene ba aloye fu bayikata na manesezi. Ushemwa abombele shani na nku Chitaluchi Rufia. Muma districts yalayo twice with ama district hospital ya nyuba PF wa Mwamba. Abengi bali promoted by the same man. Ma district health officers, whatever we can say them. But bali la bapapene. So Chitaluchi Rufia tule support na ifukari kuli Chitaluchi Rufia mwene mili mwabo maifota tule sonta fie awe tule muna tichi kwa nkabachi mwena kuma mpana nyaba Mwamba. please namuchitana bwino kwa twechita participate kulanda mu candidates beso so fe tulefwana kabiri chakubati bachita luchirufyefe balandile mu social media tulemona fyabufi kubati apata lipo alivota apepo alifa tulemona nomba ife tulekana tawe fifi abufine propaganda especially pakati kesuba PF twaikana tulefwe fina abantu balenda twikatane nechirongani ichirangiro nikulife ba PF fifi amabiute ni abati mu participate nafi pita tufetu atolo bulendo bupya ubwa kutungirira wingesa twikatanya wingesa tuposha wingesa abatimu maker kochi ushinga kwata agency leadership no you nichitalu chirufya eo tulefwa atuchitela alibiani abengira tumune ichongo mu makampusi bale umana sana tulefwa wingesa abanga tata tuleta pamo kulanda kwandi kwena inefona mwana chitalu chirufya ndo mfana ngunde pita mumansa bala mutasha sana abena mansa constituency na pafya abo mbafena kuzambia yonse ekyo twingalanda pali chitalu chirufya ba Emmanuel.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It is now becoming a poll instead of the MPs that voted for. Hello, caller, please tell us your name and where you are calling us from. We will need to close. The numbers are now heating up, but Nechpelenkula, Nacho Chila Tusha, we will need to go. Hello, caller, please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Good evening, Ambassador.
Good evening.
I would rather remain anonymous.
Anonymous, make your contributions.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. I should say what has happened, the issue of Bill 7 has hurt a lot of us, especially that we had MPs from the PF that came on live television and pledged to the nation and said we are not going to support this Bill 7. And they go ahead and do the exact opposite of the pledge that they made. Honestly, what do they take us for? Zambians are not stupid. We may be quiet. We may seem as if we are not quick at taking actions, but that does not mean that we are stupid people. These MPs must know that we have a power, even if it comes after 5 years. We have a power, and we know what they have done to us, and we are going to return the favor. Not only that, if they look at how this president has been mischievous with his government, what guarantee do they have to think that he's going to keep the promises that he has given them? Ambassador Mwamba, 135 MPs betrayed the soul of the democracy of this nation. We'll never forget. This nation is under covenant. Right now, it may seem as if nothing is happening, but trust me, we are not only talking, we are also praying. God, the same God that started in the time of Kaunda and helped the Chiluba and the third term, is the same God that is still here. He will not allow this nation to plunge into chaos. They have to know. And you see, there's also a shift when it comes to leadership in this nation. Because these people that deceived us, they have shown us who they are and where their interests lie. And we have known them and we'll know what to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Hello, caller, please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Hello, good evening, Ambassador.
Good evening.
It is a very sad moment for the nation. As I can tell you, as right now I'm telling you that I'm mourning for my beloved country, for what has happened. To speak to the members of parliament that were ushered and entrusted, Alex Mwamba, my name.
Yes, please continue.
It's a sad. I was hearing myself. I'm sorry for that interruption, but I want to tell you that it's a sad moment to deliver on behalf of the people. They were entrusted by the majority members of the public from different constituencies. They have betrayed their souls And this is the reason why people say, look, for a long time, people have not been saying, don't associate businessmen and politics. As we speak today, we have people in parliament who are businessmen, not politicians. They are there to serve their interests and to safeguard their businesses. I can go on and mention their names, but we have a pen and the paper. We are able to write each and every person who has committed a sin against the public. To the president himself, days are numbered. We have seen presidents, we have seen great leaders around the world. They are not there permanently. They are not God. And what he's doing is digging a dig that he will fall into it himself and his members. But to wind up, I want to commend and support all the people who have called that our opposition to Itatane. Our opposition to Umbele. If you are to choose Alex to become your leader, so be it. But we should know that we have a Goliath ahead of us, and this Goliath has to be taken away as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
I'm John, calling from German.
John, make your contributions.
Yes, thank you, Ambassador, for the good work that you are doing for ANEN. We really appreciate your efforts. My take is it's regrettable that Bill 7 went through, but now our responsibility is to see what is the way forward. I think that is what is important now. First things first. I think as quickly as possible, the PF party, they need to have a leader. Because currently, it's like there is a lot of division within. This one is following this one is following. We need as quickly as possible to have a leader so that this leader can unite the party, and then they should now seek alliance with other political parties so that they get united. So my exhortation to the PF leadership is as quickly as possible to go to the conference, and then they should have a leader as soon as possible. And then second, my worry is the current Electoral Commission of Zambia. Already we know that the Electoral Commission of Zambia is run by UPND cadres, and there is no assurance that we'll have a free and fair election. So it is an exhortation now to all opposition parties to push so that we have credible people at the helm of EC state. And for me, that is very, very cardinal. So to all opposition leaders, please get united. Let us have credible people at the helm of the ECZ. And that will help us. And we are saying an election is a process. So without that, we are not assured of a free and fair election. And my last point is just calling for unity among all opposition leaders. Let us be selfless for the sake of the nation. So we need to come together, especially opposition leaders, and then pick a person who is also sellable, whom we can sell across the nation, and that is important. And these other positions can be shared later on. But what is important is let us run behind one person. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We have a caller. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Tata, nine mumbi peri, kuno kutanda bade watu kuchongwe.
Mayo mwaiseni. And thank you for your contribution. Kabina vuila. But I want to tawareko kutuma amafoni ya lady la.
Na mwishwati ndamikonka. I don't even know what you're discussing, but the sad part is your father is not too well. He's not feeling okay. So your brothers and sisters were all here. I don't know.
As
But
if
let me just say
mwachipatwala
something.
kuchipatala.
Bacha kuchipatala na mairo vakaya kuchipatala. He had a CT scan. Pano ndi mu TV room. Him is in the bedroom.
No,
and you know your father is a professional. I'm so proud I'm not married to a cadre. I'm married to a profession.
No, I know he's a resolute man. We wish him a quick recovery, and you've been a pillar to him. So we wish, in this difficult period, let's see how he gets you. We'll pray for him.
Yes, we are praying. What were you discussing, Tata Munjeweko first?
Mayona chilalumbula ma MPs wa votele bill 7 because kwadi amali ashati nshavuteleko umole sabela I got a list.
Kampamba mlengo pwadi.
Mkwai nkashienwe pwadi, she voted according to the list from Parliament.
That's my daughter.
Oh yes.
That's my daughter. Alana mwishiba. I'm a politics opo yaba. That's why I can survive. Because ishwenda lama gature mfatu bali bapele ndalama. Those are peanuts. Compared to us, mushta ya kwa mwana wasa. Usha kweta kaso. Now mwisho what was happening to us? Gabai sa isula. Ifiola. By Reverend Sampabrate. By Elizabeth Chitika. Na alikwata inama videos.
Yonke salembe buku lienu.
Yeah. So, now mwishiva. Ba mwamba. Tata, you are my son. We can have a difference of 1 or 2 years. But me, I'm your mother, and I love it when you say Bamayo. Allah, Ababa, still vote for Bill 7. They don't know what they have done to themselves. Ask yourself, Nangubadia, let me start from UPND. I talk about Varobi Chizuka. Where is he today? Ava alleged against their political party. And I'm able to move Bamwamba. Na makasa. Ngandefoko na nkuchainda na nkuchongwe. People clap for me. Why? Because I stood by the truth. Tatufuile as leaders, I hope it's not true.
Sambidisheni kwa bantu mwachamba kuli anda mwanawasa tu. You offered money. You mentioned Sampabrate and another person. Just briefly talk about that. History is very important.
Kuli ba mwanawasa barupia banda. Bale ikala across the road which divides where I was, there are kusaning deo. Ngamwa ingira parod pamwandi, barupia banda, badi across the road. There was a time it came to my house. Ishvaru vanan kaneba mwanawasa na batuma. I became a member of parliament as a youth. I was 33 years old. So I said to ma barupia banda. Dorika can say that again. Because when we were at cathedral, I reminded her. Then she remembered me. Na ishireba barupia banda na chine pano na alikuwa tembwa. Up to even where I am, you won't see the dogs around me. Fino waira, chimone nkalamu. Barupia banda, but Anjiwe can tell us our mother. When she delivered the twins, Barupia banda ndewo baishreisa, mukweba across the road. Baisanji bamumbi. Mulamu wanga ine na Baraka mwana kanakazi. For those who don't know, uli omwana oba afyala muri batandiwe. She's the only daughter. Bafyere fibane fyaume fieka. Olo baisa afyala bampundu umomwaume mumwana kashi. Mumbina na Bala mwana mkazi. In a short. Na mwishiba. Tureba genuine. And you know, that's why I can call and tell you who I am. Abanchita threatening ukwebati because I'm unole. They don't realize that our president is ruling on enole. And it's Bakainde Hichilema who said, Mumbi is my relative. My daughter is married to his cousin. And me, I'll speak the way things are. Rotu ishkuroto mumona, bana bakwa Akainde. Tata, these people, Tata, Kubebati, is our father because he's my son-in-law. Bale mibeba. People are lying to you. Gamwamona baba mikonka. Do you know that even Levi Ngoma is my friend? I can send you pictures where we started from. We are in the same committee. Me, Levi Ngoma, Vincent Mwari. They were Levi Ngoma was, I think, 2 years younger than me. Vincent Mwari became an MP at 27 in 2006. Imwe, Mwebalelanda, think of who, me, I was in prison for over a year. Balevi Ngoma bale yumfwa no kuyumfwa. We are going to crush anybody who is going to talk about Akainde Hichilema. You don't love him. Me, I'm his mother. And I give a challenge to President Akainde Hichilema. Is my son-in-law. Not Ababe Samukulanda Naine. If he's a man enough, let him even come and see me tomorrow or the other day. I'll speak to him. I've no grudge against him. But President, you have made me be healthy. Mbula ukuya ku prison. Ina shtanga na adifwa. My diabetic levels were so high. All enough maku prison have been healed. Nangulira bantu ele kukawambwa. I only suffered from malaria. Send the doctors, Mr. President. They check on what I'm telling you. Some of us love you, but the people around you. But President, me, nemwana kashuwa kuchinsadi. Kwa chibesa kunda. Kwa chipumpu. Tetinjime, no matter how much level you have to follow you. Mwari upo mwana wanje. If you can come, I'll tell you the truth. nangundala mumusasa nangundala pachani nalikwata abana benu kuno, my grandchildren. Abo abalemye, but they are not helping you. Me, I can also do what Kayumba does, but that's not enough. And mukapona, you remember my words. Hello?
Emkwa sondweleleni mayo, sondweleleni.
Na sondolero kwebati tata kirana miebere the other day nireso wa mitwalo uko ine. I don't even have anything to hide. Have you been abused? Have you ever heard me talk about my prison experience? Na reached a record what I went through and everything. But I don't want to have a situation where the prison authorities, they will lose their jobs because of me. I would rather, since I've told you that I've recorded, Mukala Umfwa, and I was moved from Lusaka. I was being followed. For sure, quite the difference na Andrew Lubusha. Those are my children.
Yeah, I remember Andrew, he followed you behind up to Kaoma,
yes,
in the whole night.
Yes. And he stayed with me for 3 days. Andrew Lubusha Kutealufianya, but is my son. He is my elder brother's son. And I cannot abandon him. Simo for today chita nifobene ba PF refire forever on top of everything. At least today I've spoken.
Thank you, Mayo. Thank you very much. Thank you. Muka isepa program. Muka isepa program.
I was telling you that Muka njite you communicate with me. I'll come.
Okay, wonderful. I'll set it up.
Come up. Yes,
I'll set
really
it up.
Appreciate. Do you know? Let me conclude in this way. Bamayoba na chika monika. Badala kukitwe. Me, I didn't have a relationship with her. She came to see me. Kumongu ku prison. I didn't know her. And afterwards, that's when I was told at Nivana Chikamonika. Ba Mayovana Chikamonika. So she's my mother, she's my sister. Me, I turned 56 years old. She's 58 or 60. That's my elder sister. And I can tell you, I've never called her Queen Impumi. Queen Impumi, she's my sister also. I've never called her Gumfafye for Valeranda. But Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I think I'll take the last 3 calls and then we wind up. And thank you for all your contributions. Hello, caller, please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Hello?
Yes.
Ambassador, therefore, I have clarify first. Therefore, we are PF. ba PF tetuli abaikatana ba PF twalikatana pakalamba waina alandira efyo nombali nefye amasinya elders ba party bambi abakinga baba kumayanda bali kula bali sa kumanya ntunguru kisu shonse abale iminina no kuranshanya ifyo twingasunga abantu so ababa kiraranda ati PF tatuli kwikatana mkwai bufi babepere n'abantu bonse abali mu PF kwikatana mo kuchiri lero mwabisi bapali pintu ekisoma ifibi firafwa fire umfuika lero mukati twalikwata fira barande kumuliro ochingira abakuruta ocha bamayo inonge nabambi bamwamba mubarumbure pona ngana fumapo mwabarondorera kona abantu effect development no bunonshi cyo PF yabacu muliro ochingira abakuru taocha lero lera fenomba ntungurishyo bakatupera naye ntungurishyo kasanga twalikatana so ababa lera ndati timfurunganya fyakunse nyawo n'abapwati baona ola ichipani ifireka mukati lero kunse kutoa kumfa mwe bantu kutimwa mfa lero mukati natkwata abakuru mpandamano amasivic leaders abatubika pamo no kutukansho kukotenga sunga abantu abekara cyaro ba Muzambia bakomperere bamwamba kwena tutoya amashu ya social media kyo ba PF n'abafurungana ba PF aho twalikwata abakuru abatubika mu nshira n'abampandamano ba mucyaro cya Zambia mu bacita barafwa baratubika panshino kuranshanya kumona ufoto warayikara bonse ababa iminina nombaline bali kumana nabeshwa noko barendera tapali nefyaku kusana nefyakushitashani mwira kongerera kimo aba supporters ababa kubata supporters bakunse abashira ba muchipani umuntu ngashitafya announce atiwene nde supporter PF teshibe na constitution ya PF teshibe na manifesto ya PF teshibe na structure ya PF uko yambira ukufuma kumungu uko yafika kuchifuna buri PF yali bafe interest abantu bakwalesa mwirabepwa.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Bamunkonge. Thank you. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Good evening, Ambassador. This is Anonymous,
Anonymous
from the land of AI.
Anonymous from the land of AI. Make your contributions.
Yes, I think two things that I would like to speak to. The first one is the members of Parliament that voted for Bill 7. I think I share in the sentiment, as most people have spoken, just the disappointment that brings. And I think people, including some of those members of Parliament, don't realize how much of a damage they have done. What they have created is a platform for a tyranny to build. We are watching a dictator being created right in front of us, and I think it's like life is in slow motion. So we don't realize how bad this decision is. But it will sink in because that man at Community House is going to bring out his full colors. And when it does, then people will realize what they did on the 15th of December. It's a shame. It's a shame. And Ambassador, I would encourage you to ensure that anyone who voted yes on Bill 7 should never appear on your platform to promote themselves. They appear on your platforms to answer to the questions that the people of this nation are asking. But if they want to be president, if it is true that Dr. Chief voted yes, he cannot come on your platform to promote himself because he has betrayed this nation, and it is something that he needs to understand that it must come with consequence. The second thing that I think I would like to speak to is the tone that we have seen some supporters of these presidential candidates, particularly in the Patriotic Front, the language they are using. Lillian, I have blocked 2 of her numbers now on WhatsApp because when she begins to send messages that are disruptive and insulting in many, many ways. Today, the last number that I had left not blocked, I blocked it today. Because when she sends these messages, and she keeps on sending these messages and calling PF a finished party and saying that you people are just fools. Now she's texting me but calling me a fool. I said, then there's no point in communicating with people like this. Can we have a little bit of decorum? in our political dispensation. You know, this is a time when the Generation X and the Generation Y are taking over leadership. But if we are immature, you know, in the way that we do our politics, I think we are not. This is the reason why you find people would choose 3.5 million over the nation, because of that type of thinking. I think, Ambassador, I agree with Queen Pumi and others who have spoken to this and what people are saying in the comment section. We can't allow people, and Lillian particularly came and started singing, oh, PF is our party. Now the same party which God had spoken to her that it will win, she's insulting it. You know, PF could be finished, maybe PF is not finished. Whatever it is, opinions are opinions, but insults cannot be accepted. Even people that have voted yes, some of them we know them. Some of them we've ate with them on the same plates, but they voted yes. We are disappointed, but we will not insult them. You know, they have betrayed this nation, but we will not speak up insults to use in political discourse. It's not worth it, and it is wrong. And I think everyone is calling out Lillian. She's got potential in the political space. If she cleans up her tone, who knows how far she can rise. But the way she's behaving right now, it needs to be corrected. That cannot be accepted. That's all I had to share. Thank you so much, Ambassador.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I am on my tail end, and I am taking the last calls, because the only reason I'm doing this is because there have been so many calls, and I just want to see. Hello, caller, please tell us your name and where you are calling us from.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Ambassador Mwamba. My name is Uncle Jay.
Uncle Jay, make your contribution.
Let me just go straight to the point. Thank you so much by exposing or bringing out the names of the people that actually betrayed the country. It's good for history, and we know that history will judge them harshly because they've contributed, you know, to the building of a monster who is actually a dictator. This thing will not just, hate others, but it will also consume them by the end of the day. Talking about what has happened to Patriotic Front members of Parliament, especially those that actually voted for Bill 7, it's good sometimes in life that, you know, certain people are exposed so that you understand people that truly love you or are with you. So what has happened is a very good opportunity for Patriotic Front to begin to rebuild with genuine people, with people of integrity, with people who choose the aspiration of the party over money. So I believe that actually it is stronger to build with genuine people than build with people that actually pretend to say they are with you. So we thank God that truly these people have come out, but this is the moment of rebuilding now. Let us rebrand truly, not as it has always been. Let us have a truly blending that will reflect, you know, the desires and the hope and the aspiration of the people of Zambia. Zambians have put a lot of hope on Patriotic Front, and trust me, I know others feel this is a blow, this is the end. No, it's not. It's actually a very good step. Sometimes to get far, you need to get 10 steps, you know, backwards in order to launch, you know, with strength. I feel this is the right opportunity, this is the right time. We know who are with the party and who are not. I thank you very much, Ambassador Mwamba. I thought I should contribute in that way.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, and to all our callers, thank you very much. To the many calls I couldn't pick, I'm so sorry, but, you know, I try very hard. Another way is for you just to go in the comment section on my page and say whatever you wish to say. That also helps. We dissipate your participation. Instead of everyone calling, others can participate and have that discourse in the comment section. So God bless you. We'll see you on Friday. Shalom, shalom.
Fellow citizens, I have this afternoon, the 17th of December 2025, delivered an open letter to Her Honor Mrs. Nelly Butet Kashumba Muti, Speaker of the National Assembly, requesting her to do the right thing by resigning from her office as Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Zambia. My grounds for this, which I have explained in the letter to her, is that she has committed very serious offenses against the House, against the Constitution of the Republic of Zambia. Firstly, by readmitting onto the order paper a bill that had been clearly declared unconstitutional, having breached constitutional processes, a position taken by the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Zambia. That act alone was a clear demonstration of failure to respect the authority, the supreme authority.
Malaiti na lelo kulibe fertilizer famasa kwanisa bati uzati kwenyu sembe tenze tinazibati. This is what you meant. Kaleza sembe siti na vote. Talemana boaba, talemana boza. Basi eni baende tuone kovina. Wenye wapaka, sweet toka isha. Tifuna mariza utinoti mastori. Abambula ya kwa manji. Mulimi sana fole. Fertilizer yodula tizagula bonji. Apati enda kuma elections. Muzani pasa exuze bonji. Ndabachi onekani napanga mistake. Talemana boaba, talemana boza. Basi eni maende tuone kovina. Wenye wapaka sweet toka isha. Tifuna mariza usinoti mastori.
Inokuya pa market mwe bantu ndefu wako fertilizer 750 yo kwali ba fertilizer 750 njibe ba vice president yebarandire benga bepati yo kanshinyabo kashite ku parliament.
Kwenyu ndemwe chabe mabanja onanjala mkomo ndalama zonse mutumbalano masukwa kuchuluka pa mutupatu. Time is up, time is up. Kwenyu not enough. Time is up for your lies and bluff. Time is up, time is up. Kwenyu not enough. Time is up for your lies and bluff. Kanizanu ndizo panda pindu. Anakulira miseu mwatu. Tikufuna chilengede chatopano. Osati mapoke tanu opindika ndalama. Listen to the cries, they're louder than your lies. You can't silence the truth. It's time for the youth. Time is up, time is up. Kwenyu is not enough. Time is up for your lies and bluff. Time is up, time is up. Kwenyu is not enough. Time is up for your lies and bluff. We rise, we stand, we fight together for the children, for a better forever. When you kunata pano, we take the race. Tikonza jiko.
happen. Magamba, if you're not with them, it's either you're dead or you're in prison. This government, you're going to change, big man. Fish to our fiat, never come become office. Fish to our fiat. Why me? Missing. Achani Ruba Mwaicho and Dizona. Where is why me? Agent, tell us with your government, where is why me? Give us why me. Justice for why me, big man. Wachilamo agent. Wala to push a bega go to push a bagamba. That's why they go for the big man. Why you think? I know what that. Something to a sevana. Bagamba. When it's a top when Mutala Tetsu. It's a Zambia. Twamona mwempwa. Twamona mwempwa. Nama abductions bagamba. Ubuteko toaleta. Wadulete lama. Amazara mush. No you can take her. Kola ipompa today. No you can take her. Apa nomba bane. Mufulo pa mufulo. Mufulo pa mufulo. Wakuvota bane. Mufulo pa mufulo. Mufulo pa mufulo. Makufuatika. Mufulo pa mufulo. Mufulo pa mufulo. Makufuatika fuatika. Mufulo pa mufulo. Mufulo pa mufulo. When you day at Bafwe. Mufulo pa mufulo. Mufulo pa mufulo. Aikona man. Mufulo pa mufulo. Mufulo pa mufulo. Ika yakwa. Mufulo pa mufulo. Mufulo pa mufulo. Yakuliati kwenyu kwenyu. Mufulo pa mufulo. Mufulo pa mufulo. Mayona batata. Ba mayona batata. Ba youthi. Tientu isuli ya menso. Tientu isuli ya menso. Batu sendela nomba batu ipaila na hope Yesu. Endika chagwa lungu watu bela tinani mkwatila plan D. Nomba tu adishiba plan D aba mmino ya kualesa. Bantu banga abala fa mucharo chesu cha Zambia. Ibanga. Ibanga abantu abala abducted mucharo chesu cha Zambia. Bambire kuli jeje banda. Ibanga abantu abala ba prison. Abena chitotela chilangwa. Wonze baba prison netunguru shina shimbi na shimbi. Muri one government ya kwa ejeji. Abantu naba fa mweleza. Aikata nomba baikata na kuyetika chakwa lungu atukwatile plan D. Apa kubo vya mufulo big man. Mufulo pa mufulo. Bila batendela etika chakwa. Apa nomba bane. Mufulo pa mufulo. Mufulo pa mufulo. Wakuvota bane. Mufulo pa mufulo. Mufulo pa mufulo. Wakufuatika. Mufulo pa mufulo. Mufulo pa mufulo. Wakufuatika fuatika. Mufulo pa mufulo. Mufulo pa mufulo. When you day kwa kwe. Mufulo pa mufulo. Mufulo pa mufulo. Aikona man. Mufulo pa mufulo. Mufulo pa mufulo. Ija yakwa. Mufulo pa mufulo. Mufulo pa mufulo. Yakuliati kwenyu kwenyu. Mufulo pa mufulo. Mufulo pa mufulo. HH does not mean well for Mother Zambia. Zambia to Asebana, this is not the Mother Zambia that we were left with by our ancestors, our forefathers who fought so hard to liberate us. Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, Nalumino Mundia, Mama Julia Chikamoneka, Simon Mwansaka Pwepwe, they fought so hard to put this country on the map, to put this country where it is today. No man would destroy this country because we believe in unity. One Zambia, one nation, and we shout together we will change, and we are going to change this government. My name is Blaze Zambia.
We bring you guests that challenge the narrative, unveil what power hides, and spark national debate, speaking truth to power, from the grassroots to the highest offices. EMV.